All right. we are, as they say in the old country, we are live. It is the 10th of August in the year of our Lord 2022. We are host Gen Con. What's this? Anyway. Barry, how are you doing? I dare you to talk to me, Barry. Did you mute yourself? Well, apparently I'll just talk myself for a while here. This is our
Can you
post.
hear me now?
What? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. The
This is
mic's
our
issues.
post Gen Con extravaganza or something.
Or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
How was it?
I'm gonna wait for other people that attended to be here as well. But so we can talk as a group or what have you.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, no, I I will say this: there were a fair number of people who were kind enough to, uh, you know, people who watched the Alaboom stop by the old booth
All
to say
five of them?
hello. It was actually in the tens. It was
Tens?
yeah, it was in the tens. I was surprised. I was very surprised, and at least two or three people like completely gushed over it. Like they were like, "Oh, I just my Wednesday night. It's just my thing," and I was just kind of like, "Egad." I mean, it's nice to hear, right? I don't understand
Yeah, but
why.
why?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's nice to hear. I can't imagine. Um, but I
it's good that
survived.
we
I
give
survived the old
people
Gen Con.
pleasure.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
At some point,
gives
somebody did it for us.
yes, exactly. You know, um, but I don't like when okay. When you're like your computer has like an update that it has to put in or whatever, and so it just
Yeah.
automatically restarts your computer. I always hate that. I mean, I understand it's good that you're updating. It's like probably some security thing or something, or who knows, or whatever, right?
I
And so
shut
it's
that off.
well, yeah, but it's probably a good thing, right? Just because you have to it has to happen and it should happen. But
No, I let it install, update, and all that, but I don't let it install and reset the computer until it tells me to. Yeah.
hmm,
That way, it
well,
doesn't reset when I'm in the middle of something. Yeah.
hey, my mother's listening. So keep your bad
Mrs.
words.
I can't remember her last name.
Her name is Luana Vetter.
Vetter.
Her name in Hawaiian means like tranquility at sea or something like that.
Tranquility at sea.
There you go. Yeah.
I'd like to go to Hawaii one day. My wife and
Yeah.
we were talking about that.
Paul Tompkins says he's been booming for years. He's an OG.
He is. He's actually been on the boom a few times.
Yeah, he is. He crossed the threshold. He managed to join the illustrious crew, if you will. Um, I was just thinking about this. I didn't see Marty Connell, which I would
No?
have liked to have seen him. I don't know if he was at Gen Con. I mean, I honestly don't know if he was there or not.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I assume he was. Maybe he wasn't. But remember when he would come on and because he did it from this weird patio or whatever, it always looked like he was in the
The
internet
death
room
room.
at
Yeah.
the internet room at the old folks home. It was just
Yeah,
like
yeah. Come on, Pops. Time to go back.
yeah, it's time. Okay, you got your cranberry juice. It's time for you to head back to your room. I don't think he appreciated those jokes at all.
I did because I lived there for a while. It wasn't fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when I would go visit my grandma, my last grandma. I she was at a retirement community or assisted living facility or whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it, right? She was at one of those in town, and I go visit her. And one of the things I loved was, well, one, if you happen to stop by during dinner, you could get a dinner, which was kind of nice. But the other thing that I really liked was that they well, two other things. One, they had like the house dog, and there was this dog who must have just lived the greatest life of all time, had the run of the place, just wander around, super gentle, wonderful. Like, I think it was a collie mix. Just would come and greet anybody who came in, and it was just like super nice. But the other thing is that they had they had a juice machine, and you could have like all the juice you wanted, including cranberry juice, which is something I really like. I really enjoy drinking cranberry juice.
I hate cranberry juice.
Oh, I think it tastes great.
I got kidney stones. That's at a quite young age. That's the second thing my doctor told me to do. First thing was drink a beer. But yeah, I used to drink gallons of that with the stones.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the cranberry juice. If you mix it with a little bit of vodka, it's even better.
Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah. So
I'm actually a big juice drinker in general.
As a kid, I used to drink a lot of juice. I used to drink. Well, I mean, the stuff that like was basically just
sugar water.
Yeah, like the high C. But they put a bunch of vitamin C in it, so they made you believe it was healthy. That and the Hawaiian Punch. Ooh, I did like a good Hawaiian Punch. I'll say that.
Yeah, I like the Slimer one, the Ecto.
The Ecto Cooler, yeah.
The Ecto Cooler, yeah.
I just remember the cans of Hawaiian Punch, like the metal cans, and you actually had to use that can opener thing where you like the one end to like you had to like open up a little like triangle to pour it out, and then
the like quart ones, right? Or gallon.
And then I think they were a quart, but who cares? Doesn't matter. And then you turn the thing to the other side, and you put a smaller hole so you'd let the air in, so the stuff could flow out. Yeah. I remember I would always that's a great childhood memory actually. I remember like when I was always excited when you ran out of a can and like, go get another can out of the cupboard, and I'd always ask to be the one to open that thing.
Teenage memories are mine, quite a few. Jungle juice.
Oh, yeah. Those parties were ridiculous because that was the whole thing. It was like, oh yeah, everybody's got to bring a bottle, and there was always like 2 or 3 idiots who brought Everclear and just ruined it, so it just tasted like death.
Yeah.
Death.
Yeah, Everclear is harsh.
Yeah.
I don't even. Do they still make that?
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, it's just like grain alcohol.
Yeah.
Right? It's just
very strong grain alcohol.
Well, yeah, it's.
I prefer corn liquor.
when it says on the side, do not drink, straight, always use a mix, just yeah, so there you go. No, interesting stuff.
Did your daughter enjoy the trip?
She said she did, and I believed her. So
was this her first time? Oh no, you went to Disney World or something. So you flew with her before, right?
Yeah, I mean she's gone to, this will be I think her 4th Gen Con. If I'm accurately putting it together. I think this is her 4th one. Because she went to 2000, like it might have been her 3rd, but I mean it was because she went when she was 11, and then she went when she was 12, and then she went when she was 13, and then
pandemic,
and now she went now. So yeah, we put her to work though today, so
good for
this
her
time around. So yeah,
she's old enough. She's what, 15 now?
Hold on 1 second here. People are texting me. Hey, there's a friendly face.
Hey, what's going on?
Good.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. How you feeling, Big A?
Oh, doing all right. Unfortunately, Michelle tested positive tonight, so
she got the vid. Son of a...
She's pregnant.
I think she's beyond that one. There's going to be some signs involved at her age.
Yeah, she started she was feeling shit over the weekend, and I was like, you should just test just in case, right? Because she went to a baseball game, we think is the culprit.
Most likely.
And despite it being in a suite, it was still, public.
That's even worse. Yeah.
But I mean, it's it's a suite that's open to the
Oh, okay. It's not an indoor suite.
Yeah, to the view or whatever.
Yeah.
And hold on. Yeah, so we think that's it. I mean, she tested negative all week with me, and it's been 2 weeks now, over 2 weeks. It was the 24th when I got when I tested positive, and a week later I was negative. So like on the Friday of that week. Sucks.
My neighbor cop, a friend across the street, got it, but they said he's got 5 days to go back to work. Yeah.
So
it's like,
I
he works at home.
I know I'm bamboozling you.
Yeah.
You
just pop in here or whatever. But I gotta ask, the BGG marketplace, man.
What about it?
Well, it's going away, or what's the way? Describe to me exactly what's happening. It's just
we're shutting it down. Yeah, I mean it's an unsustainable system, unfortunately. I've run around in my head for the past week thinking of how to fix it, how to solve it, and I can't solve it.
Well, can I ask what's wrong with it? Why isn't it working?
Because the modern requirements for a marketplace are not what they used to be. If you, without getting into too many details.
No. I mean, get into the details. Unless you don't want to.
No, I don't want to give the details. I don't want my details to be held against me.
I got you. So
I don't want people picking up. Believe me, they're already picking apart everything that we're doing. So I don't want more picking.
No, it's coming. Don't worry.
We'll just call it. Let's call it a business decision made by me alone.
Well, I'm sure the people will give you insight and their thoughts.
I mean, I think we published that.
Can you play a little something on the piano behind you for us?
What's that?
Can you bust out a little song on the piano?
Just a few keys. Yeah. I need to bust out some music. Unfortunately, I don't have it hooked up right now. Yeah. I mean, it sucks. I'm fucking beside myself. I don't know what to do. I know what to do. I have to shut it down. That's what I have to do. That's the decision. So I don't know how to fix it.
So
I can't fix
it.
And
again, if you want me to shut up, I will. You can just say, "Hey, shut up! Don't talk about it."
I'll tell you now. There's not enough people in my company to do that. End of story. I mean, it's just it has to have real people operating the thing. There's a liability. There's operating in the modern world for marketplaces is not what it used to be.
Yeah.
Things have changed.
Yeah, I can see that.
There you go.
Well, I mean, and also,
it cannot be done with the resources we have. I don't want to. I mean, here's the thing: a startup started with what do you call it? I don't want to say crowdfunding. It's not crowdfunding. It's VC, venture capital, to fund a company to run a marketplace system, and we were the initial customer. They found it not viable with their system, and they're running modern stuff. They were doing all the things that need to be done, and so what am I supposed to do? Can't do anything. If they can't do it, and they got a lot of money behind them, like a ton of money.
Well, and I don't need to try to guess. Just disclaimer: this will be complete and total supposition on my part.
Okay.
For guessing. Scott has not shared any of this information with me. Literally, I had heard rumblings about it, and then there was a comment on the chat about it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I was going to ask you about that." And so
ask me. It sucks. Believe me,
because it's a revenue stream for you, right? And it's a reason for people to come to your website. You don't not want to have it.
Of course.
I mean,
people think I don't want to do this, but here's the deal.
It's like it makes you money.
I cannot figure out a way to make it work. First of all, from a management perspective, and second of all, financially, it just doesn't work.
No.
End of story. Like, how do I don't know how to be more clear. Anyway, well, that's more than I've said.
He
Anyway.
said he's getting out, Lance. Take it or leave it.
What's up?
Yeah.
He said you're getting out. Take it or leave it.
So
No,
what about
Alex just said he's getting out of that board game.
We
trust.
had a way forward with this company that we partnered with, and
they backed
it
out.
let me down.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do? That was the solution. The solution was to have another company do it.
Mm.
And
you need to lose money doing it.
Yes.
And yeah,
I have to lose money to do it.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose money to do a system that can't sustain itself.
Well,
I mean,
that
what am I supposed
stinks
to do?
because it's something that people really like. And
I like it too. I use it a lot. I used it tons. I use the new system a ton.
Oh, I've bought
Bought a
tons
bunch
of
of
stuff
games.
using your
I
thing.
think I spent $1,000 on there of games. I bought all that Heroes. What was that Heroes game I told you? Blacklist game.
No. I totally I used it myself several times. So there's no argument on my end as far as.
Oh yeah, no, I mean I'm just defensive, because we're taking it up the what.
Well, I guess like if you really cared about.
I totally. What's up?
I guess if you really cared about the people that use your website, you'd make.
I care. I really care.
I'm
My life. How can I not care about that? Yeah.
I'm giving you the business, as you know.
Yeah, we're shutting it down on September 1st.
Well, it's unfortunate. But yeah,
I can't figure it. I've racked my brain and 100 different ways, and I can't make it. Doesn't work.
Will you still do the links to Amazon stuff on the things?
Oh yeah, nothing's changing there.
Will you still?
If people want to list their stuff in the forums, that's a new system. I mean, actually, we're kind of like I'm a little trepidatious about what we did. We pulled the trigger maybe a little too quickly, so that might. But people can post their games for sale in there. We're not going to stop you.
What about the Geek List auctions?
That's fine.
Just got to make sure you give Daddy his 3% or 5%.
All free. All free. We're not running a marketplace anymore. Zero.
El Zilcho.
Yeah. Just like Facebook, just like Craigslist. You don't pay Facebook or Craigslist anything, do you?
Sorry.
I mean, you pay eBay. eBay is the only one I know that you can list your games and get charged a fee.
Yeah. eBay had a booth at Gen Con.
Did they?
Didn't they give away a game too?
And they gave away a really horrible.
Did you get the game?
Yeah.
What?
It's called eBay Buy It Now. And
is it a redo of that old game they did a long time ago?
No, the old one.
With an app or something? No.
The old one that was run by that was electronic. It had the thing. That was actually that actually wasn't that bad of a game. That was pretty cool, actually. Believe it or not.
I thought that game was good. I remember playing and liking it.
Oh yeah, I remember being.
Except you couldn't hear it like.
No, you couldn't play. You couldn't play it at a convention. But I remember
basically couldn't.
I remember the very first ever Dice Tower Con I went to. Tom checked it out and he saw me and he grabbed me and he's like, "Hey Lance, you're gonna play this game?" And I was like, "That game?" He's like, "I know it looks stupid, but this is a really good game.
Yeah, it was fun.
You're gonna have fun." And I was like, "This is a fun game."
The eBay game is a Gen Con exclusive on the cover. Is it going for $100 on eBay?
No, I heard a couple of people say "Oh, it's going for $100 on eBay," and so Shane went because it was if you were they had a stack for people to take, and they were just handing them out.
Yeah, and you had to give them your account, right?
Well, no. So then I heard if you had a
$78.99 right now, buy it now. Someone's selling for 20, 10.
Yeah, and it's and if you had but then it was if you had an exhibitor badge, they would give you one. And so Shane went and grabbed one. Somebody said, "Yeah, they're selling for $100 on
Keith Collins."
On eBay.
What?
Yeah, Keith Collins. What?
Say
what?
What?
Say what?
It's 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, 2 weeks in a row.
I was getting ready to go to bed and was looking for something good to watch, and all I could find was the Alaboom. So
that's pretty desperate.
Yeah, it is.
But no,
I saw Lance giving Aldi the business and came in here smacked Lance around.
I don't care about
fair enough. But no, anyway,
No, it breaks my heart, dude. I mean, I don't know what to do. There you go. End of story. I mean, that's the story. I don't see how I can run a business that doesn't sustain itself. And I don't want to do the work. I mean, it's a lot of work to do it, and we don't want to do that. I just don't want to. Anyway, there you go. That's two things.
Anyway,
things.
Unsustainable business, and I don't have I want a marketplace I wanted the marketplace we had, the new one. That was perfect. Done. You list games, you sell games, you get shipping. It had all of the features that needed to be done, all of the payment stuff, and thought it was perfect. I would have been completely happy with that for the rest of my life.
eBay Buy It Now, not a good game. I'll just say that. And then, but I was going to tell you, sorry, Shane was like, oh, somebody said, because Shane is a rabid, like, if I can make money off this, I'm going to make money off this kind of guy. And so somebody said, yeah.
Oh, he wanted to get some to scalp.
Well, he said copies of this are going for $100.
I think the better deal is the Gray Hulk and the Juggernaut.
Anyway,
cards.
So
for Simon or for Marvel United.
Whatever.
You get those.
The whole point of this.
Those are 100 bones for a little tiny pack of cards.
100 bones. Wow, 100 bones.
I've been trying to tell this story for a while.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
No, I wasn't. Keep interrupting me, but that's fine. He went and he was like, I'm going to list this right now. And then he went and grabbed one, took a picture of it in the booth and said, Gen Con exclusive, super rare, buy it now, board game or whatever. And he listed it, and I don't think he sold it yet. So,
well,
no. And I had to laugh.
He wasted all of 5 minutes getting in. Now he's
stuck. That was the thing too. He was just like, yeah,
take up space in his luggage too.
Well, it was funny because he said, yeah, I went over there and I sweet talked him into a game, and I was like, well, I'll go grab one. And I walked over to where they were handing him out, and there was like some woman there that was handing him out, and she had 3 left. And I walked up, I was like, what do I have to do to get the eBay game? She just handed me all 3 of them. He's like, you can have them. I was like,
really?
Oh,
they were just giving them out like that?
Yeah.
Wow, candy.
The eBay booth was cool, man. They actually they constructed a
what's the angle for eBay? Like
the
eBay game that they gave away.
The whole idea was that it was like you'll buy and list your Grail game now or whatever, like kind of thing. And they had all these like glass cases with like original D&D stuff and original,
right, so they just want people to list games on their system.
Yeah. And then but the actual booth, they actually took the time to build a like patio, like steps leading up to a patio, and then like a chair, like with a balcony, 2 of them, and people were up there having meetings and standing and looked like, so they were good like 10-12 feet up above the
what.
Yeah, it was weird. It was eBay had money to burn.
It feels like so out of place in Gen Con to me to have eBay there.
So anyway, I mean, that was neat. I mean, I was like, weird, eBay's got a booth. We got there and the person that I if somebody has, this is a call out to anybody. If somebody has an old somewhere they saved it or something, there was a booth that was supposed to be directly, I guess, if I don't know which direction it is, but cardinally north to us. If you're looking at the Gen Con map, and like you look at it and you see the numbers and they start with the ones like row 25, like
row
so
1 to
1, so it's like row 25, and then it goes 2501, 2503, 2505, 25, goes up. So we were 2501, which is a really good spot. And then there was somebody listed on 2505. I looked. I know I read the name of that company. I know because it was like, because I even said there was a booth right to the north of us, and then right to the north of that was the Warhammer booth. And I was like, wow, like 3 years ago, I would be like losing my mind that I was gonna be that close to the Warhammer booth, that I'd be able to go over there and look at all their stuff and see what I wanted to buy. But since I got out of that hobby, I just didn't care. But I was like, but I can't figure out what 2505 was, because they didn't show up. They didn't mark off any, so they must have canceled, because it wasn't like they set their thing up and then they didn't show up. We showed up and there wasn't anything blocked off for them. So we actually had this like weird pavilion right next to our booth area, which was pretty sweet because people were coming to that spot just to like kind of like figure out where they're going and stuff like that. And then they would see the fact that we were demoing Last Light and stuff like that, and they were just kind of drawn into our booth. Yeah, we sold out of like anything that was like
All the Last Light, you sold it all.
well, no, we didn't have any Last Light to sell, but
Oh,
we had
no Last
Arcana
Light.
Rising, After
Okay.
the Empire.
I got my
we-
copy.
Good.
After the Empire.
We sold out of our copies of After the Empire. We sold out of our copies of Arcana Rising. We sold anything that had anything to do with Champions of Midgard sold. We sold all of our
That is a good game.
we sold all of our Champions of Midgard. We sold all of our Champions of Midgard mats. We sold all of our promos for Champions of Midgard. We sold all of our Jarl edition, which is the 2 expansions. We sold.
So you're saying there was money there?
We sold
Little
all
bit,
of our.
yeah.
We
A
sold
lot of people.
every-
Wait, were you like expecting a ghost town?
See, I'm getting to the point. You're stepping on my touchdown call here. We sold.
I mean, I get the fact that you're sold out of everything.
We sold all of our Deception in Murder and Deception.
Another
Murder in
good
Hong Kong.
game.
We sold all of that, all of the expansion. We should have brought 50 more of the expansion. We would have sold every single
Coulda,
one.
shoulda, woulda, but moving on.
Well, yeah. I mean, the only thing we had left at the end of the only thing we had when we left was a handful of copies of Reavers and Midgard. And even that was moving on the last day. We were just the Kickstarter Reavers and Midgard copies we had. And then there was a few things that Shane mistakenly packed that we didn't sell. Like, well, okay, I should say this. We found a box of Arcana Rising that was the standard edition, not the Kickstarter edition. And we did sell like half of a box of that, but people were just like, I want the Kickstarter version. And I said, well, I'll honor the Gen Con price, but you got to contact me after the fact and we'll ship it out of our warehouse. And so I've got to go through all that. My inbox.
So
is-
where was the
boom.
part where you said you about the ghost town?
Well, so here's my
All
thoughts.
Star Scott.
I just want to know why you think I thought it was a ghost town. Got to be a ghost town after we.
I
discussed
did
the
not
hotel
say.
situation.
I said I thought it was going to be a ghost town.
Oh,
I
you
didn't,
thought it
I
was
di-
gonna be
I
a ghost
didn't. I said I didn't guarantee anything. I did not.
I thought a
offer-
shit show is what he said.
I said. I said.
Maybe that might be the words.
I said if you go back to the thing, I said I'm worried that it's going to be.
Oh, okay.
He can't ever admit he's wrong, can he?
I'm trying to get him to admit.
Just say I swung and missed on that pitch so badly
Yeah.
that I spun out of the batter's box.
I think
The
there was
bat hit me
probably.
in the
I
back
think,
of the
I
head
think
as
there
it
was
came back
between.
around.
I think there was between 50 to 55 will be the attendance.
They announced the attendance.
What was the announce?
I think it was 50,000.
50.
Yeah.
Did
Which-
they cap it? I don't remember.
Well, if it's
I don't think they
50,000, that's
capped it.
less than last year because last year was 55. I thought they said.
No. It was more than that.
Last year or 3 years ago.
Well, 3 years ago it was 75 or 80.
Yeah.
Or something.
Let me see if I can find the press release.
Okay.
Well, you type into Google Gen Con
I-
2022 attendance.
Is that what you do?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. No, that does not bring up what I'm looking for.
Ugh.
Where is the?
It says it claims 50K.
50K.
Where's the post?
I don't know. I'm just looking it up elsewhere.
I'm just looking at the Gen Con one.
Last year was 35K
35. Wow. That's half.
because that was the shitty. It was in September too.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that hadn't been 35 since close to when I started going back in 2000.
I like how they mentioned how many millions of dollars they generated theoretically.
I love how they tried to list the attendance for Gen Con online as 40,000. It's like that doesn't count. Nobody attended shit. They just got a free badge just to have it.
It says unique attendance of over 50,000. That's 50,000 uniques.
Yeah, that's what they're claiming. That's what
I
they
don't know.
claim.
Is that true? Okay, fine. Yeah, we'll
But yeah,
suck
that's
when
way
Indy
down from
loses
70.
57 million in economics. Plus, it'll probably be 100 million next year. 57 million gone from. I mean, Indy. They're not leaving anytime soon, but they should. Because fuck that state.
Fuck that state.
I mean,
Goddamn Indianans.
yeah. Well,
They're
whatever.
called Hoosiers.
Actually, we should talk
Hoosiers.
about the politics because Keith's here. It's been a long time since
Fuck
Keith's
that
been here.
Keith.
Keith
talk
lives in
about
the state of Indiana. Keith
Yeah,
knows
we
where he's at.
know. He knows
Yeah.
where he is.
I live in the state of Texas, man. We're right behind you.
It's
Hated states.
Can we talk about Gen Con? I don't want to talk. I don't
Sure.
want to talk politics.
By the way, I'll just tell you, Gen Con was really boring for me.
Was
I
it?
couldn't find anything. Like, there's only so many times you can watch people walking around with a camera. Like, that to me is not interesting. Like, I want real content. There was no real content.
Yeah.
well,
And I can't watch
yeah.
Gen Con people playing RPGs all day. It just doesn't do anything for me. I miss my own content.
Well, that's
So
There's
be
a
somebody with
solution,
something.
Scott.
You should have lost money and win again.
We're not going back. We're not doing the videos. Sorry.
Never.
You should have sucked it up and lost money so you could have something to watch.
Your
It always lost money. I just feel like it was not
Yeah.
worth it. Yeah, like losing money
The
is not a big
time.
deal.
Yeah,
It's the
it is
time and effort. and work.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it is
all right,
a lot of
Lance,
work.
what do you say about Gen Con?
Well, okay, so this is my Gen Con experience, and if somebody logs in that actually went to Gen Con, we'll have them express their Gen Con experience.
It sounded great. Everybody,
So for me,
Everyone.
we'll talk business first. On a business level, I had a lot of fun because this was like the first time that I was in charge of the booth. The booth was like me alone. So I was pretty jazzed to just do that. Like in the past, maybe I've you've shared the duties or what have you, but this was and so it's kind of fun just kind of set everything up and get the booth set up in a way that I liked, and get things done the way I wanted to. Then the fact that the booth was successful, we paid for the booth and then some, which is Shane's goal every single time.
Sure.
So,
Breaking even is the best. I mean, you want to make
like-
profit, but obviously breaking even is second best thing.
he said if I can pay for the booth and maybe end up with a couple $1,000.
How many
after the
people do you
fact.
use? How many people do you bring to run it?
So it was me and my daughter, and
So that's
then
one free person.
so
Unless she got paid.
Well, no, she got paid, but she immediately used her
She
money.
got paid in.
Company credit.
That's
Saying,
when
what-
schmooze
what's-
for board games and handed
She
them
got
to
paid
her.
in boxes of jam.
I-
That's a different company.
I went home. No, Keith, I came home with almost nothing. I went out and got
Really
almost zero swag.
surprising.
Yeah, I'll talk more about swag here in just a little bit, but no, my daughter got paid a reasonable wage, which just basically got turned into her having the company buy her an authentic superhuman streetwear is a thing, and they make authentic looking jackets that look like Star Trek uniforms, and my daughter's a huge Star Trek nerd, and so she got a Star Trek Next Generation basically fall jacket that looks like you're wearing the top part of the Star Trek Next Generation uniform, and it's super cool.
What color?
And it's blue. For
Science officer.
for science and medical.
Right.
Yeah. So
The
which
red?
is- well, the red is command.
Oh yeah, that's right now. Red shirts, I was thinking.
The security is that weird orangey yellow.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like the Wharf color, like
Yeah.
beige, taupe,
Yeah.
yellow.
I just started watching the movies
Yeah.
recently. Got up to the original cast is done. I'm on 6 or
Let me know.
7.
Let me know when I can continue talking about Gen Con.
Go ahead.
Okay.
For sure, it's
So a highlight, I'll say this, an absolute highlight, definitely in the top 3 was meeting Matthew in person
That's
Matty
slow.
P.
for the first time in my life.
I can agree with that for Lance. I mean, for me,
Not so much.
Yeah, no. I mean, I was super jazzed
Yeah, me too.
to meet Matthew in person after talking here a million times. So yes, that was super awesome. Plus those coins are super cool, dude.
Can't wait to find.
Yeah, they do look cool.
Can't wait to what?
Get mine.
Oh yeah.
I've got one coming.
Yeah,
Got one coming.
I forget who'd you give it to, Matt? Do you remember?
some dark-haired fella got a wagon with him.
Oh, the wagon. Okay.
He's been working with you for a few years to. At
Oh,
Gen Con.
Walt. That might be Walt.
Yeah.
Glasses.
Yeah. What was his
Yeah.
name?
And I think that's going to Beth, and then it'll come to me eventually.
Oh, okay.
You'll get yours.
It'll cost
just put-
$20,000.
Yeah,
Just put them up on the
Ah.
store. too.
Our Gen Con bill. I'm
Wow.
not kidding about the
Um,
20K, by the way.
No, I had a great
It doesn't
demo
surprise me.
team. I had a fabulous demo team. I had Owen and Joe, brother and sister team that handled and on the first 2 days. Then I had my two guys from Fargo, my friends Jason and Tim drove up from Fargo. Well, look at this. It's the stranger.
Yeah, right.
It's as I say, the Matt Damon to the Ben Affleck of Evan of the design team.
Ooh, I get the Matt Damon. I'll take that.
Yeah, you slave away while Ben Affleck, while Evan gets high on a couch thinking, would it be cool if we did this?
I think
Evan's
you have the role
Batfleck?
completely reversed. I'm the guy who's like, this would be cool. And Evan's like, let's get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
whatever.
Matt, I got
So,
a question for you when Lance is done. Remind me, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
It
Sure.
involves your field.
Well, no, I think Ryan has limited time. So I mean, if Ryan has anything he wants to talk about, we should let him. I know he said he was just ready to get in the car or something. Is that the case, Ryan?
No, I just got back. I had to go pick up a Gray Fox game. You know.
Oh yeah, there you go. No,
So I heard you crashed the hot games room.
Not me. That'd be
Oh, Lance.
Evan did.
no, I didn't crash nothing. Though I did
I
have
heard it otherwise.
I did have fun with those people though. We all had a good laugh and a good chuckle. I did not know that
Dodged
food
the
was-
entry fee, from what I understand.
They hand me a VIP. Your person.
I
came
told
to
them no
my
VIPs
booth.
this year.
Oh, whatever. And they were like,
They broke my rules.
quite
Sons
literally,
of
quite
bitches.
literally. Beth said to me, "How many VIP tickets do you need?"
Oh
She
my
just
God.
said,
And he said
then-
70.
and then give me the names of the people that go along with those VIPs. So, and I gave
the
her
cat's
a-
away.
I knew the moment I said that it was not going to be listened to.
Yeah.
I was like,
So-
yeah, let's not bother with the VIPs. Too much work.
Well, the cat's away, oldie.
Yeah,
know.
no. So, yeah, I didn't crash nothing. I was
You
a
were an invited guest.
I was
Very
a
important.
welcomed and I was welcomed and I was invited. Just no. So anyway, long story, like trying to sum up, the booth went really well, and I was excited about that. Shane was more excited, obviously, because he was able to do meetings and figure out like long-term plans for a lot of crazy stuff that we're wrestling with right now. And so that stuff's a lot of that stuff got handled and taken care of. And then and yeah, I mean, like our games were very well received. People were excited about the Arcana Rising. I mean, man, it just seemed like if somebody took the time to go over and demo it, which took like 5 to 10 minutes, like
They just
80 to
came back and
90%
bought
of
it.
them just walked over and said, $45, here you go.
That's what I just
Mhm.
picked up.
Mhm.
That's what just came for me.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
just like, go ahead, you can here, take my money. Thanks. Game looks really fun. And so that's heartening to hear.
Cool.
I mean, I don't know how much, I mean, who knows?
I mean,
how much,
I heard that a lot of stuff sold out.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
So did I, yeah.
I think
I mean,
It was
it's a
nuts.
game to sell out at Gen Con, right? Like you only bring so much that you don't have enough to sell out or to sell to everybody. So you need to, you have to sell
Yeah.
out.
The guys at Elf Creek drove back to Champaign to get more stock Friday night.
They drove back to Illinois to get more. How
Champion.
far is that?
Ah.
2 hours there, 1 hour to load, 2 hours
Oh,
back.
that ain't that bad. But still.
So 6 hours of work
5, 6 hours.
plus gas. Okay.
Plus gas.
So
You must be
like
desperate. I'm just kidding.
Helena said of Kids Table board games and Burnt Island games. Helena said something that like made a lot of sense. She said to me, I was sad because I didn't run into her, and we were talking, and like you were like, that sucks that we didn't see each other, and like, but then we were talking a little bit online, and she said it was almost like people hadn't had anything to spend their money on for 3 years. Is that what this the way she
Yeah.
In person type.
In person, yeah.
Yeah.
Like who
it's-
goes out and buys anything now? Like I have zero like work of that kind of opportunity.
I feel like the first
I just click on Amazon or DoorDash or Instacart.
I
or,
think you're a special breed
you know,
with
all
that
that
one,
stuff.
Scotty.
I didn't buy anything. I bought one game of Gen Con, but one of my highlights was my birthday was back in June, and one of my guys bought a birthday present for me. He says, I'll give it to you at Gen Con. And I happened to mention this in passing one day to him. Does anybody remember this?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
yeah,
So
Yeah, is that a rubber band game?
no,
Oh, what is that game?
it's you put the little metal puck in
Oh.
here and you turn this thing, and it's basically like table hockey,
Okay.
but it spins on its own and it like ricochets around. I
vaguely
used to
remember
have my cousin had this when I was a kid. I'm like, oh, this is the best thing in the world, and I always wanted one of my own. So
Did they reprint it, or is that a vintage?
this is vintage.
Cool.
Yeah, it was pretty neat.
Nice.
Like the
That's
rule
neat.
sheet is all like yellow and everything.
Crinkly, all in a part
yeah,
paper.
yeah. I
Like who
it was
needs
pretty
rules for that
special.
game? I mean, come on.
Brought a tear to my eye when he presented it to me. So
It's no Clask. Just kidding.
So this will butter Ryan's buns a little bit here. So like my favorite. So one of the things that we did is Evan came to the booth on Thursday afternoon and just hung out at the booth for a few hours. And I said, and we had moved a couple of copies of After the Empire. People were like, oh, I wanted that. And I was just like, Evan, grab one of those, crack it open, and just set it up. So if people come over and want to ask questions, like you can have it, and then you can whatever. And this is like, I mean, if you've seen what After the Empire looks like after it gets set up, obviously the artwork's great and everything like that. But when the people see the castle set up and you got the little miniatures around the castle, it's like that was just like immediately people are like, what is this? You know, like if they never heard of it at all, they were just like immediately intrigued by it. And some people were like, they were the Kickstarter versions, and so because we found some in our warehouse, and it was just like, and so it's $120. It's a ton of plastic, it's a ton of wood pieces, it's it's a very, very highly overproduced game, that has all these cool bits in it. And so these people came in and they're always like, but usually people are like, there was like usually like this kind of like, oh, they either bought it or they were like, oh, I don't know. They kind of had this like thing where they were like, but eventually they're like, yeah, how many do you have left? And it's like, I only got a few boxes left, and like each box has 3 of them in it, which I mean, I may have forgotten the exact number we had left when they were saying that, just make them feel like if they walked away, they weren't going to get it. And and so like, yeah, so they know the game. They know you're not being completely honest. They know what we're playing. But anyway,
they know not to expect honesty from board game publishers.
So well, I'll say this. We brought a fair number and we sold out of them all on Friday. And we sold out of all of our Arcana Rising by like 11 a.m. on Saturday. So thing was, people were there to spend money. And but my favorite was I was down to like 4 copies of After the Empire. And this guy came over and he looked like he was in his late 50s, early 60s, and he said, so he looks at it, he goes, this is After the Empire. He's like staring at the thing. He's looking at it, this is After the Empire. And I had done the spiel for After the Empire 250 times at this point.
Yeah.
Very, very standard worker placement over here. You put a worker down, you're going to collect those resources. The whole point of collecting resources is you want to go over here because you want to be able to build your castle. Everybody's got their own castle. I've got it down. I've got the pitter patter down. And then I explained nobody fights each other. the board game just tries to destroy your castle. You got to do the best job you possibly can. I go through the combat and explain how the combat works. And like everybody like was very, very nice, listened to it. And he was like, and the guy was just looking at the board. And he's like, this is after the Empire? I said, yeah, you want to know some things about it? He's like, yeah. How much is it? I said, $120. He's like, okay. I said, okay.
I get fries with that.
And like literally, I was like, and he's just staring down, looking at the thing. I was like, so this side of the board over here, this is very standard worker placement. If you've ever done that, you're gonna put a worker down over here. You're gonna collect resources. You got to build a castle. And I said, you want to build? Everybody gets a castle that'll be over here. And then he was all of a sudden, my boy, it was a $100 bill, a $20 bill were in front of my eyes as I was looking. I'll take one. That's all he said. I got through like.
I mean, why waste your time?
I got through 20 seconds of my spiel. He said, I've never seen this before. What is this? It's after the Empire. Can you tell me about it? Sure. How much does it cost? $120. It's more just reached in while I was talking, reached into his wallet, took out the money, and just like, I'll take one.
So
That was just
how'd Evan do? He's like the worst at the hard sell. He just can't bring himself to hard sell things.
There's a content creator, and I forget his name. He's on YouTube, and he was doing an overview, and he was like, someone came up and described the game After the Empire better than the developer. Oh, it was Roy. It was not Roy doing the video, but it was some guy who was doing the video, and they're like, yeah, Roy Canaday came over and taught us how to play.
Evan was telling me that story.
And he goes, it was better than the developer. He's like, okay.
Yeah, it's sadly, I mean, Evan was the one who actually by himself got After the Empire with Gray Fox. I mean, I wasn't at that.
You just know your limitations.
How the hell did that happen?
I tried selling. So I don't know if I told you I think it was the first or second Gen Con we went to. Maybe the second. Where we were selling those maze things, those little postcards.
Yeah.
The maze thing. I did the pitch probably 40, 50 times that day because I was sitting at where the video thing is. Over the course of the week, I did the pitch like 40 to 50 times. I didn't sell a single one. Lincoln does it one time and it's sold. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Like, I'm done. I give up.
You're not Lincoln.
I'm like, I'm not a salesperson.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that. I mean, it might have also just been like he sent to which one to target. He has the good vibes,
There can only be one Lincoln.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was only like a $10 or $20 thing. It was $20 actually, as a 20 bill, which is kind of expensive for postcards, but it's unique.
This is the one.
I just sold a coin online.
How
much you selling for?
I want to get
$12.
Oh, sweet. I should get one.
$12. You should sell them for 20.
Is that
Really?
US or Canadian?
Yeah.
US? They cost me $5?
Yeah. No, don't say that. I'm saying 20.
You factor in shipping and all that, man.
15. I'll raise it to
I think $14.99.
99. Yeah.
Where are you selling?
I want to get you more money, man. I want you to get more.
We'll do it like
I want to
this.
steal your idea. Like, I love that coin. So awesome.
So, okay, not to reopen a sensitive subject, but I caught a little bit of what you were talking about before. Are you shutting down all of like the geek bits and all that stuff?
No. It's the user marketplace on BG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Shut it
so if
all
you just-
down, man.
Yeah, any of the customer, anybody that sells games to other people, but you can still sell games. You're just not using our system. You can just
Right.
post.
Okay, and moving on. I don't
Moving
want
on.
to. I don't
It's
want to.
It's all right.
Well,
No
Scott, you know a guy on the show that could design a coin for you. Maybe.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna
you
talk
could
about
do a
it.
partnership.
I gotta
with
talk to
him.
Beth. I feel like we need like a star player coin, right?
Yeah.
Want to make a star player coin? I don't know.
I saw Lincoln and
We-
Nikki all
We
the
did
time at Gen Con, but I didn't want to say anything because I don't already know them.
What? You didn't talk to them?
Hey, you should just. They're good people. They were talking.
They don't
I know.
care.
I've never
Yeah.
really met them before.
Oh, you should have said hi.
Next time, man.
Next time, in November I'll meet them.
Are you going to BGG Con?
Yeah.
Cool.
I still got to get my flight. I'm considering driving.
Yeah.
How
I mean,
far?
How long is the drive?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Not close.
That's like multiple days for sure. I mean, it
Oh,
takes
yeah, for
almost
sure.
3 days to get to New York to Niagara.
It was.
I would say
20
it's a 3-day drive.
Yeah.
Unless you really push it, it'll be 2.
I drove straight. It was 24 from Delaware. But
Yeah, that's not safe.
it's just
Do you guys know
the
Ed
way I
Bryan?
am.
Do you
Who?
guys know Ed Bryan?
I heard what happened
He got fucked. He got rear-ended
by a fucking semi.
Exactly.
Oh,
He's in the
wow.
hospital.
Any
I mean, he's not like critical or anything. He's hurt.
It's not that. It's 25 hours. That's totally doable in 2 days.
Yeah.
That's Ed
We
Bryan.
did 15 fucking hours on the way home from Gen Con.
Remember from the frog company? What was that frog company called? No, Goblin. Orcs. Goblin. Something or other. You know what I'm talking about?
He was with Toy Vault.
Toy Vault. That's what I was trying to.
That's right. Yeah.
Very close to Orcs and Goblins.
One of my first
Oh,
games
it all
was
blends
with
together. I
Ed.
feel like there's an orc or a goblin or a frog in there somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm
one of
not
my
sure.
first games was with Ed. It was the what's that Scottish, the Outlander
Highlander.
television show? Yeah, so it was like a dice game based on that show.
Oh, the
was it-
television. Yeah.
Was it licensed?
Uh-huh.
Oh, neat.
With Sony.
So
Cool.
Yeah, poor guy,
yeah,
man. Like he no
and
broken
his-
bones or anything, but
He didn't break any bones, but he's got damage where he can't walk. I mean,
Yeah.
he can walk, but it's not. He's not.
easy.
It's not a no. Yeah, he's hurt for sure.
yeah.
So I want to say this, and I don't want to. I do have I have a grievance that came out of Gen Con, and then I have another thing that I'll tell a little bit later because it's like I almost got into a fist fight on the way home, and I've kept the story to myself just because
Fist fight. At the airport.
I think your daughter would have
yes.
won.
I mean, where else could it
Yes.
be?
So
How
all
are
right.
you gonna fit there? You be in.
No. I'll explain how that happened here in just a little bit because again, how does this stuff
Was
happen?
Mike Tyson on that plane?
And the
Don't
thing
mess
is,
with Mike.
this is one of those things
Only
where,
you,
like,
Lance.
my daughter was right there, so
Seek
she
it out.
actually witnessed it, just anyway. And if she hadn't been, well, no, anyway, I'll get that straight. So I sat down in the hot games room to play a game. And it was a relatively simple game. It was not difficult at all. It was one of those things where it's like between myself, my daughter, my 2 friends from Fargo, the 4 of us can figure out the rules. So we sat down, and how we normally do it, we play 1 round of a game, maybe 2, make our mistakes, and then we say, okay, everybody's got it figured out. Everybody knows what we're supposed to do. Cool. Let's go ahead and restart it, reset it up, and let's play. So we played, I think, either 1 round or 2 rounds of the game. And then we said, okay, let's start it over and let's do this. So we did exactly that. We reset up the game, started playing. I started to open up the game, was playing or whatever. And I recognize that this person saw this as an opportunity to be helpful or to be had good intentions, let's put it that way. But we know what we're doing, and all of a sudden as we're playing, this person walks over and they have a button on or a shirt on of the company that the game came from, and they were like, oh hey, so and so. I've been demoing this for like the last couple of days. If you guys got any questions about the game at all, I'll help you. I can help you out. And I said, oh, actually, we just, this is our second game. We know what's going on. We got it. Thanks.
Are you gonna say what game it was?
Maybe later. And I said, thanks. I just said, thanks. And
Okay.
then so we continued playing the game, and the guy just kind of lingered there for a little bit. And I was like, all right, cool, dude, just go away. Just like, I was frazzled. It was like, it was Friday, I'd be on your feet the entire time. I just want to sit here and drink my soda. I've already had
Eat your
Doris
Subway and drink your soda.
Yeah, I
You know,
already
you can't
had.
eat-
I
but there was
already
no
had
eating.
Doris. I
eating.
already had Doris come out and give me the stink eye for having a bag of pretzels. So I was like, so I had to put my pretzels away, and I was really hungry. And I was like, and then he was like, "Oh, I see where you guys screwed up the first round. This is where you." And I was just like, and then as he was talking, he said, "Yeah, see, you can't. Oh wait, no, you did it right." And then I just kind of turned and looked. I think we got it. You can go. And I was just like, dude, just like, I understand you're trying to be helpful. I understand you're trying to be like, Mr. Let me, it's just, I've already bought.
He was
the game.
enthusiastic. What can you do? I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like you shouldn't punish that.
I don't, but I don't want, whenever I'm playing my game, I don't want somebody coming over and trying to like tell me how to play it. You know what? Let me ask you. I mean, one thing for you to come over and say, "Hey, I'm willing to help if you want help with it." Cool. Thank you so much. Let's just leave it at that. And then we're good. But the fact that he was like trying to like, then like continue watching and then trying to find fault with how we were playing, I was just like, yeah, you're gonna need to go away. Just and admittedly, maybe I'm in the wrong. I don't know. Maybe I am. I didn't feel like I was in the wrong. I felt like I was annoyed, and rightfully so. And I was glad when he walked away. So I'll just leave it at that. And then he went away, and then I was happier after he had left. And we played the game.
Was it good?
The game is quite good. It was if you follow me on the Facebook, I said this is a game that is added to my list of things I don't hate.
Okay, so we're just redirecting to your social media pages to find out the details. I like it.
No,
That's how you-
I
you
vaguely
crossed
remember.
here,
I
Lance.
vaguely remember what it was.
yeah, no, it was Cat in the Box.
Cool.
Oh,
The-
Bezier.
Yeah. With, and it was just so, and like I said, the guy was coming
I
from
feel his
a
intentions
spot-
were noble.
noble. His intentions were
Noble.
noble,
But
and
he
I was
pissed you
grouchy.
off
His
somehow.
execution was lacking.
And I was grouchy, and so yeah. But no, so here's the thing about that though, was like, let me actually talk briefly about, if you don't mind, about Cat in the Box. So if you don't know what Cat in the Box is, it is a trick-taking game. It is a trick-taking game in which you, the cards you are dealt have no suits whatsoever. It has a board in front of you. Everybody gets a little player board that has 4 colors: green, red, yellow, blue. And of those colors, red is trump, like hearts are trump or whatever. So you get a hand of cards. You select one card and you put it face down, and that's gone. Everybody selects one card. So there's 4 cards that are not going to be used. Then you predict how many tricks you believe you're going to take with your hand. If you match that, you get bonus points. That are added to. So
Like oh hell.
what?
Like oh hell.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean, like, yeah, just
You
anyway.
say I'm going to take 4 tricks, and then if you make it,
Yeah, you get like you get a
get
bonus of
bonus.
4 points or whatever. So on your turn, what you do is you select like the person who leads, like the first player marker goes, the person who leads selects a card out of their hand, and then they put it down and they put it on one side of their little card that's in front of them. And they say, like, this is a blue 11. And then everybody else gets to go through their cards and select one to put down. But when you take, say, blue 11, you take one of your little tokens and you put it on the main board that says blue 11. That means the blue 11s are gone. Nobody can have a blue 11 ever again for the rest of the game. And so then everybody else either follows, and then if you want to, you can play
what if
a
I only
trump.
have 11s?
Well, then you can say,
Oh, you
I
can give
don't,
it a different color.
I can say this is a green 11, and I can
Oh.
put the mark.
What
on
if all the
green 11.
11s are marked and I only have 11?
Well, I'll get to that. So then, so what happens? But here's the trick: is that when you say I have a green 11, but the blue 11 was led, you say I have a green 11 or whatever. You have to then remove a token you have on the blue, because that you're basically saying none of the cards in your hand are blue, and so for the rest of that hand, you can't put anything blue on the board. You're basically saying you can't. And then if you play a red card, it trumps it, and you can take it, and then you can lead with trump, just like a lot of games Oh, excuse me. A lot of trick taking games that when a trump gets sloughed, then people can lead with trump after that. So the whole point is that you're gonna get to a point where you're gonna have cards in your hand where like I can't play green because earlier in the hand I said I don't have green. I have 2 4s and a 3, and there's only one spot available in the 4s. So I've got to hope I can play like a yellow 4 because that's the only spot on the board that left that matches my cards. And if it gets to you and you can't play any of your cards because of the fact that all of the spots that are available to you have already been taken by somebody else, you cause a paradox. The Schrodinger's cat, is the cat alive or dead in the box? You cause a paradox, and that means every single trick that you would have taken on that round is now negative points. So you might have taken 5 tricks and you're gonna get 5 points, but now you're gonna get -5 because you caused the paradox to happen.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then
How do you
the
cause the
hands,
paradox again?
because when you can't play any of your cards because those cards are
Oh, because
been
they're already
played.
taken. Yeah.
They're already taken.
Okay.
And so you get points for every trick you take. You get points for matching, like if your guess was correct. You get bonus points for that, and also you can kind of do a weird like area control thing on the board up top, where if you can get your tokens next to each other, the largest area of your tokens next to each other scores you a point per spot each, and then you just play like I think it's 4 or 5 rounds. Whoever
Cool.
has the most points wins. It is
It is so choice.
I don't know. It's just clever, right? It makes you think. It makes you
Okay.
think of other options.
All right,
makes
you said you
think
didn't
of-
hate it. That's your
I didn't
best.
hate it. I didn't
that's
hate
your
it.
best,
Like if somebody
Yeah,
like
That's
if
your
somebody,
best rating of these days. I
if
don't
somebody-
hate this.
If somebody set it up to play and said you want to play, I'd say yes because that game's fun and I want to play it because it is. It's just fun because there's a lot of tension. Like you're like, oh god, just whatever you do, say it's green. Just say it's green. Whatever you do, because then I'm not dead. And they're like, this is a blue 7. Mother shit. You just
So
think-
all your cards are dead
Mhm.
because they've already been taken. Okay.
And
I
so
guess
like
is
yeah.
that a strategy to kind of like lead a card that like looks like it's been pretty taken?
Yeah, I mean, like, and so then it's like the whole thing of like you want the person after you to be the person that took the trick. So so somebody before you will go out before, like so you have people that could like screw it up before because they caused the paradox because you're doomed. You're just like, please, like I want to be the last person to go. So it's like cool stuff like that, and it's just like I said, it
I definitely want to try it.
Yeah, no, I would play that with you at the BGG con several times. It was fun.
Hey, speaking of, so what days are the good days do I need to be there for the whole week, or is it like what's the deal? I've never been before.
Starts on Wednesday.
It starts
You
on
get-
Wednesday.
Yeah, if you
But
came in
people-
Tuesday night, that is like the full time. I mean,
What I
it
usually
goes by
do,
fast.
Yeah,
if you
it
can
does go
cut
by
it, I mean,
fast. I have been there as early as Monday, and I didn't feel like I wasted my time. But usually I get there Tuesday.
Okay,
You get there.
so
You
what's
get there Tuesday, and
Tuesday
Tuesday-
is that's what I'm checking in.
Okay.
And I'm checking out on right now I'm checking out on Sunday, but I should probably check it out on the Monday.
well, I usually like checking
Sunday
out
is a good
Sunday
time to
night.
leave.
Yeah.
Because unless you get a deal on a flight, you got to pay another extra hotel night. So
You know what the
Yeah.
best part about leaving on Sunday is, Matthew? Scott positions himself by the door leading out, and like the Godfather.
I kiss
there's-
everybody.
Yeah,
I give everybody a kiss on each cheek.
Yeah,
Especially during COVID,
You
it's not-
kiss,
yeah.
you kiss the ring, and then you head out the
That is not
door.
true. He's lying. That is not a thing. That
Yes.
is
I
not-
just sold another coin.
Just, it's probably the
looking for,
Alaboomers.
I mean, it's really the only thing I got to look forward to this year because BGG Spring was great. The cruise was great. Getting COVID sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, knock on wood, I didn't get COVID at Gen Con.
That's great.
Yet,
Yeah.
you
Unfortunately, Eric got
know.
it. Eric
Did he?
Martin got it. Yeah.
Anybody else in your crew, Lincoln or them?
No.
you know what
So
the
far,
best.
no.
Just
Well,
started.
that's one thing about it that I'm like, kind of like, yeah, okay, it's kind of annoying to wear a mask sometimes. I mean, like my beard got itchy and stuff like that. But man, I came home and I was tired from like just running myself ragged for 6 days, but man, no con crud, no nothing. I was like, wow, I don't got the sniffles. I don't have some weird fever. I just feel good.
Saying
I
masks work.
I got so because I was going to
Sometimes
be
work. I wore my mask the entire time on the cruise. by the way.
Sometimes, yeah.
Still got COVID.
There's a lot of things with the masks.
because I was handing these out. Somebody said, well, you're gonna be wearing a mask. How do we know who you are, kind of thing? We can't recognize you. So like that's a good point. So I got on Etsy locally in Ottawa here, I got some guy to make me these red bandana paisley masks.
Is that your call sign or like your logo?
Well, no, I just red's the color I like
Look.
and for the company. So I'm like, I put one on and he used these thin abrasive rope elastics for the behind the ears.
Oh,
It
so you wear a
lasted-
cloth mask?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I lasted a half hour with those cloth masks. I'm like, yeah, these are killing the back of my ears. And I brought some old Navy ones, which are like super soft. I just wore those.
Eric is asymptomatic, by the way. So he has
Oh,
COVID,
good.
no symptoms, which is
Oh, that's great.
great. And he's taking Paxlovid, which I'm like, why? But I guess might as well, right? Like, why?
What does that do?
It's an antiviral.
Oh, so it just
So
helps you heal quicker.
I forget what the technology is, but it basically makes the virus not replicate as quickly. So it gives you more of a fighting chance
Oh, I see.
for your body to reject it or to destroy it. I think that's how it does. Viruses.
Matt, I got a
Live
question
with them.
for you.
Gotta live
Yeah,
with
shoot, Ryan.
You're Ottawa, you said? Sorry, didn't
Mhm.
mean to interrupt. I was actually not at Gen Con because I was in Canada. But I'm wondering if you know about Manitoulin Island in Ontario.
I know of it.
Okay, that's where I was, but I just feel like
Cool.
almost no one knows about it. And I always wonder if, at least if you're in the right province, if you would know.
I've heard of it a lot.
Is it like
Yeah.
a vacation spot?
Not really. So it's really weird that it's sort of a hidden secret since it's the largest freshwater island in the whole world. Northern end of Lake Huron
Freshwater lake?
Island. No,
Island.
yeah, it's the largest island in a freshwater.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and so if you go to the northern end of Lake Huron, if you like are zoomed out, you wouldn't even see it because it's so close to the North Shore. But it's the size of Long Island, New York, and only has 10,000 residents on the whole island. But it's mostly flat, and my godparents are from there, and they just, or one
Cool.
sheet at least. So, anyways, I was just curious because like no one ever would know about it. But I figured someone from Ontario might have a crack at it. Yeah.
That sounds like I went to a number of years ago. I went to like five or 6 years ago. I went to this island just off of BC coast called Galliano Island. And in the summertime, there's maybe 2,000 people on the island. In the winter, there's like 400.
Wow.
I went for type camp.
Nice.
It was amazing. It was so like we had like these educators from all over the world that came in to there was like 11 students and then about 6 or 7 educators. We got we drew type every day. We got to play on a like a printing press, a proofing press.
That's cool.
And
So
it was
graphic
just
design, not secretarial typing.
yes.
Right. Yeah.
And it was so amazing. And I remember on the plane ride home, I just was washed over with like emotion as such that like reflecting the week I had. I just started crying in my seat. This little girl next to me, she's looking at me like, "What the fuck is wrong?"
How a breakdown?
It was amazing.
Yeah, it's awkward
How
when
old
you
were
come
you,
by
Matt?
people that are by themselves that are crying.
How old was I?
Yeah.
Oh,
It was 7
I'm-
minutes ago.
I'm 49 now.
I thought it was
so
last
don't know.
week.
Last
Wasn't
week.
it? Wasn't it? It was not
44?
last week.
Yeah.
It was not. It was not last week.
No, this was like 2017, 2016.
Oh, I thought you
okay.
were talking about Gen Con.
No, this is type camp.
Oh,
My trip was last week, which is why I was part of the reason I wasn't.
I was crying too last week, by the way, just for different reasons.
Were you?
I had such FOMO, guys. I mean, there was a moment where I was definitely in like a bit of a tear.
Oh, that's a shame.
That sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
next
it
time
sucks.
for sure.
I just tune it all out.
This is the first Gen Con in a while. I've only been to one. I went to Gen Con 50, but this is the only one I wish I had gone to. My first experience was not, I was like, this sucks. I don't ever want to come back to Gen Con.
That was my first experience at Gen.
Really?
Well, not experience, but that was my first Gen Con as well.
Well,
Which
Evan
would
said it
you
was different this time because he knows people and that changed everything. Like
Yeah,
for just going
yeah.
as an attendee wild, you know?
I played
Yeah.
one game at Gen Con.
That's
What?
why I didn't like it. Yeah, I didn't get any games the first time either because you had to pay everywhere to do it. There wasn't open gaming.
They
except-
came to the hot games room, man.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, that first year we went, like, we couldn't find anywhere to play, and we were also trying to pitch games, so it was hard to
Right.
or even pitch a game, you know. But
I don't go to Gen Con to play games.
Yeah.
I mean, I played 3 different games, I guess. I mean, I played that. I forget what the other game was. I played another trick-taking game that was garbage.
You play Scout?
I
That's
bought
a-
that.
That's a good game.
Let's
I
go.
bought it.
It's not. It's not a
Several
trick-
recommendations. I bought it.
Oh, I will say this. So like both my friends from Fargo were like, and my daughter for that matter, were like, that touring game looks kind of neat, they said. And I was like, oh. And so then they're like, yeah, we should try to play that. And I was like, yeah, it sounds like a plan. And I remember I went to the hot games room and it was sitting there. And I was like, oh, cool.
Turing machine.
Right there. Yeah, Turing machine. So I picked it up and I was like, all right, I'll take this over. I picked it up and I sat it down and I was kind of waiting and Ron was on her phone or something, doing something. And I opened up the box and I started like, and then my friends from Fargo came in and I was sitting there looking in the box and I was like, and I started reading the rules and I started like, my mind just kind of glazed over. That was just like,
It's got
Nope.
it's a bit of a thinker. That
I was,
Turing
I
machine
just,
game.
I immediately, all I said was, nope. Just,
Uh.
I just put the
It's like Search for Planet X, but abstract.
yeah, and I
The
said,
system
no.
tells you things, right?
I was like, this
but
isn't
not through an
happening.
app, which is awesome. I think it's super clever. Like, how are they figured that out?
That's fine. That's fine. People, better people than me can
Well, I mean,
can
you know,
marvel at the amazing
Working all day at Gen Con probably would be my same feeling as well.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I put it away, and then my daughter was like, she saw it, and she was like, "Oh, it's really cool," and I was like, "Well, you can learn it and teach us if you want." And so she read, she was there. To her credit, she read. the
Lance,
rules
you have
for,
a
like-
mini me, by the way. She looks like exactly like you.
Yeah,
Yeah, she does.
I'm still waiting on the DNA test. No.
The young, youthful Lance.
I think
not this one.
it'll pass. I'm guaranteeing it.
So no, and then like, but she went and got it, and she was like, "I'm gonna read the rules, and we're gonna play this." I was like, "Knock yourself out!" And then she to her credit, she was gonna try to prove me wrong for a good 15 minutes until finally she's like, she also tapped out. She's like, "Nope." Just like,
Well, it's got weird. Yeah, it's got some weird mechanics, right? Like you have to.
Speaking of
All,
mini,
it's all numbers and colors, and like it's very.
I'm
abstract.
sure the game is amazing.
Yeah, it was,
and
how do they do that?
Uh,
Did they make it for you on site, or did they come ahead of time with it?
I
What's that company that did that?
sovereignty.
Which I
Yeah.
still don't understand what that is, but I have not.
It is another.
It's like Board Game
online-
Arena.
Yeah, it's another online.
I feel like
platform.
they've already lost. Board Game Arena has 500 games, by the way, and all the good
Wow.
ones. Yeah,
He is
I mean,
a
not- I
Minnesota.
mean, I don't
He
know,
is
I
a
had to try and-
Minnesota-based company, by God, and I will,
He
support
will
him when he.
I'm sure it's great.
But no, they offered booth space to a bunch of people for a couple hours at a time. Grant
cool.
did it as well. Grant made fake mustaches,
Uh,
and so everybody got
How do you
Grant's
make
little.
fake mustaches?
I don't know. I was working at the time. Grant's
Grant,
mini
come
is
on.
amazing.
I'm surprised he's not here.
I haven't. Yeah, we haven't seen Grant in a long time.
It might be working.
Yeah, I gave him the business for not showing up for a while. Oh, Grant would very much like to attend BGG Con, and he would very much like. I'll let him talk to you, Aldi, but we were talking about BGG Con, and I said I'm absolutely positive that if you suggested to Aldi that you would like to do your board game stand up there, he would
Oh, yeah,
absolutely
no question.
he'd absolutely let you do it. And he was like, "Oh, really?"
I just worry about getting him the audience, like, because at Gen Con, like, audiences are there because there's nothing to do. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
they have like, they have things to do, but you know what I mean. Like, I feel like you have to look for things to do at Gen Con. Whereas BGG Con, you can just do stuff. There's the friction level is very low.
Well, you don't have many shows, do you? Scott? I mean, you have the auction.
Well, we're doing a show with the Our Family Plays Games team.
Okay, cool.
They're coming. And Starla and Mick. Can't wait to meet them.
By the way,
Yeah, they seem like good
my
people.
my mini me is coming with the BGG con for the first time ever.
Ryan, thanks, man.
Huh.
Yeah, dude. I told you I wanted that coin. Got a shirt. I just sent Matt some money for some things.
I'll give you some. I'll give you some stickers as well.
I'll take stickers.
I'm
Oh.
tempted to put this on my MacBook, but I don't want to defile my MacBook.
This just in: if you're an Alaboomer and you do not purchase his stuff, well, then you're not a boomer anymore.
Or
Not a boomer anymore.
Don't
Okay.
say that. I don't want to shame
Okay,
people. into-
I'll take you off the list.
We're shaming
I
everybody.
wanna
Did
shame
any
people
of you
into
guys
shit.
play the Days of Wonder game?
What?
I saw it being played. It looked
Which
really
one?
cool.
The Days of Wonder, like a racing game. I can't remember the name of it. Some
It
heat.
looked really cool.
It has like a heat mechanic.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
Days of Wonder should release Days of Thunder.
They can't.
That might be a problem.
Yeah. I'm
could
sure
get the
Thunder
idea.
Alley went like GMT went like that too much either.
And get Tom Cruise to promote it. Fuck. I mean, I'd be there.
Hell, there might be a Days
I
of
don't think that would
Thunder
be-
2 coming
I-
up soon.
I-
You never
I'm-
know.
I would probably suggest that is not a good business move for making money.
Tom
Barry,
Cruise.
I don't think the Tom Cruise fee will be recouped in the board game sales.
no.
Can almost guarantee that.
Oh, that explains our grandson.
Uh,
He's part of like the Rado network now, so he's too cool for us.
Speaking of
Harry.
too cool, I gotta go, y'all. Sorry. Partner just rolled in the door. I'll try to make it again soon. Sorry, it's been a
All
while.
right, take care of
You're
yourself,
right.
Ryan. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Barry, you
But
had
yeah.
a question for me?
That explains that.
What does that
Yeah.
mean? He can't come on. He can't come in here because he's on Rado's show. Like, is
Well, I don't
Rado doing a show right now?
Well, I don't know. He's just he's
Doesn't
big
make any
time now.
sense.
Who's that?
He's big time now. He has to come on this piddly,
This piddly show.
this
So-
piddly.
He's making the big bucks on the Rado channel now. He's
Big
this
bucks.
piddly
paid.
also ran type of show.
What are we
Oh,
talking
that-
about?
Great lines.
Grant.
Grant
Oh,
Lyons.
I had a pretty amazing moment while I was working the 25th Century booth. Somebody came by and ended up spotting me and getting a coin. But before they got the coin, they said, "This has never happened to me before." They're like, "I got to tell you, I'm a huge fan." And I'm like, "Of what?"
Well, I guess your work.
But they're like, "Of all the games you've worked on and all your work." And I'm like, "Oh wow, that's and that was pretty special."
Nice.
It was just really, yeah, I was surprised to hear that, but it was nice.
That's awesome.
That is cool.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk to the fans, it's definitely rewarding. Like, I actually had a doctor's appointment yesterday, 2 days ago. Yesterday, I can't remember now. And the doctor was like, he saw it was a telehealth, and he saw all this shit back here. He's like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "I'm a board game website." He's like, "Oh, I play board games. I love them." He goes, "What's your favorite board game?" And I go, "It's called Tigris and Euphrates. Have you heard of it?" He goes, "No." I go, "Do you play Euro games or designer games?" He goes, "Almost exclusively." I said, "You ever heard of Board Game Geek?" He goes, "Yep." He goes, I go, "Well, I'm the creator of Board Game Geek." He's like, "No way." I'm stunned. What did he say? I can't remember what he exactly, but it was cool. We got distracted from the conversation of health. Let's talk about
Your well-being?
Dinosaur Island for a minute. Yeah, my well-being went set to the side. And I what do you call it? Engaged him with that. So it was my fault.
Let's steer
And
the
I'm like-
conversation
I'm like,
back to my
he goes,
well.
We should get back to the 35 questionnaire. By the way, I filled out online. Like, they're like, the telehealth thing. You're like,
Wow.
pre-fill out this questionnaire so you don't have to waste time on it saves time on the meeting or the appointment. And I'm like,
That sounds like
okay, sure, I'll do it. 35 questions later, I do all this
Doctor
work.
asks you the same question.
Same fucking question.
Oh, no.
God, you gotta be
Yeah,
kidding me.
I know.
I was
The
just like,
telehealth
I
is
wanted
a-
to be snarky and be like, "Don't you have all that already?"
The
But I just-
telehealth is
I
a
just went
mess.
through it
Yeah.
again. Whatever, it was.
I gotta get my
It was
marijuana.
fine.
You
I
should
gotta
have
get
been
my marijuana
snarky.
license soon, and I gotta do this over the thing. And it's the same thing. I gotta do it with the state and then this other doctor. It's a pain. I miss when you go back into the office. Yeah.
No,
I'm going to
telehealth
the
was
doctor's
actually
tomorrow.
pretty. I mean, here's the funny thing: they still make you wait. I
Yeah.
had to wait about a half an hour for the
Yeah.
actual, like this was the pre-screener guy, which he's a doctor too, but the main doctor made me wait a half an hour. So I'm just sitting there like, I guess I could play a game for a minute, like while my computer is just sitting here doing nothing.
Watch a movie.
So your experience with the doctor is like the antithesis of my experience, the polar opposite of my experience with the border agent on the way down into the States.
Oh, what
The
happened
polar
there,
opposite.
man?
They didn't make you wait.
They didn't. Well, I guess it wasn't polar opposite, but it was. He's like, he's this guy. Like, where are you going? Indianapolis. What for? A board game convention? A what?
Exactly. They're all like, they always they like,
Yeah.
what? They
A
don't
board game
understand.
convention? Oh yeah. They have conventions for board games? Yes, they do. What do you do at those conventions?
Play
And we're
board
like trying to
games.
say stuff, and Al's like Dungeons and Dragons and all this other stuff, just so maybe because he's heard of it. And he's like, just take your fucking passports and go.
Yeah, just move on.
I totally
So in Germany, when the border agent was like, I'm going to Essen for, I think I said for Spiel. He goes, what'd you say? I said, I'm going to Essen for Spiel. He goes, no, it's Spiel. I was like, what?
Spiel.
It was like the best border agent ever.
Yeah.
Play board
Yeah.
games, Essen.
And then I was watching one of the actresses that guest stars on Supernatural. I was just watching an interview with her, and she was she's from Saskatchewan, and she's recounting a story about going down to the States for a con, and as a guest, and the border agent was like, "And what are you coming into town for, or to the States for?" I'm going for a convention. Oh yeah, what convention is that? It's for a show called Supernatural. I work on the show, and then it was a girl, and then all of a sudden she's like, "What's Jensen like?"
Did you guys meet Deborah and Wall?
She was there?
Oh, Deborah was there?
Yeah, she was in the
No.
hockey room. Yeah.
Oh,
hanging
I
out.
didn't go to the hockey game room. I wish I did.
Oh man, you should have went.
I
You
should
should
have.
have gone. Here's the thing: Lance has no problem asking me for things. You can ask me, Matt, for things.
how did this turn into something where you're making fun of me all of a sudden? What?
Oh, like
Yeah.
every other fucking Alaboom where the tables are turned, sir.
Just let me just. Yeah,
Lance
so
is,
she hung out in the hot
Lance is a
games room.
dick. You can be a dick.
She hung out in the hot games room like pretty much the whole time. Like
Is she gonna be
Ton
of
in
games.
Dallas for
I
November?
need to talk to her. I don't know. I haven't talked to her since. I mean, Lincoln only. I've not seen her or talked to her in months because she's been working and then I've not been feeling well.
What's she working
Yeah.
on now?
Can you
She
say?
was doing a
He's in the
A
Tammy of the
play.
Shrew.
in San Diego. Yeah, Tammy of the Show.
Oh, is she? Okay, cool.
Yeah, she was playing Kate. Is that the main character?
She needs to get back on
Can't remember the name of the character.
behind the screen for some online D&D stuff.
You think
She's-
she'd be no? You'd think that she'd get to be in the Daredevil movie coming out.
In the way.
It's the series. It's not a movie.
Well, whatever. The
18
new
shows.
Daredevil, the new
Yeah.
I hope she
the new season of Daredevil. You think that she?
I've not heard anything, unfortunately.
She may not be able to
that
say
could tell,
anything.
not that she would tell us or
Yeah.
let me know, you know.
Yeah.
I would not. I mean, that's it. All under NDA, I'm sure. So what else happened at Gen Con?
I got snubbed at a party. I got turned away at the door.
Snubbed?
Did
Not
you-
snubbed, but
The
turned away.
Asmodee
At the,
party or something?
it was the. It was. I'm not going to say which party, but it was a friend of mine said,
Travis's party.
I have no, it wasn't. I would like to go to that though. I have I just saw it today online. I'm like, oh, there was a party there. But no, my buddy's like, oh, I got a personal invite to this party. He says I can bring whoever I want. I'm like, cool, let's go. Get to the thing. We're waiting in line, and they get there. My buddy gets in, and the person's like, well, I'll let you in, but you can't bring anybody. And it was me
Not on the list.
and Evan and my guy that works with me. And we all had to do the walk of shame past all my friends who had
got-
tickets.
What party
Club
was
50
this?
Ford.
It was the Hunter RPG party.
Okay.
Renegade Hunters RPG. And I mean, understandably, I mean, we didn't have
They
tickets.
don't know who you were, apparently.
Oh, they knew.
I mean, I don't know.
They
I
didn't
think
care.
that's good. That's
They
good.
knew, but it was a small venue and they oversold it.
Okay.
So I did not take
Yeah,
offense to it.
yeah.
I was just
There's a lot of guys' girlfriends in there.
Yeah.
yeah. To be honest,
Oh, Wayne's World,
I got-
right? Was that
what's
Wayne's
that?
World? Was that Wayne's World? My
But
girlfriend's-
my girlfriend's back. There's a lot of guys' girlfriends back there.
Was that Wayne's World?
That was Wayne's World.
Yeah, yeah. Was it Rob Lowe?
Well, I was like, because he said that, oh yeah, I'll get you
Was it?
backage,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
like
Wayne's World
wasn't
was
it like
such a great movie. I wish movies
wasn't
like
it
that were
Tia
made.
Carrera played
They
as
can't make them
Tia
like
Carrera.
that.
Tia Carrera, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
that's
falling
oh wow,
down.
what has she been up to lately? That's a good
True Crime, or no? Wait, what was that? The Schwarzenegger movie. That was her last movie, I think.
True Lies.
True
True
Lies.
Lies. But I mean,
Really?
but that was like
a
a million years ago.
yeah. It's gotta be 20 at least.
Unfortunately, the state of Hollywood is very
Yeah.
not friendly to women.
Yeah. It's not.
Unlike Clooney, who can get jobs from his age 20 to age 60 or 70 or 80. I mean, who knows? Harrison
Well,
Ford.
you're saying it's Hollywood, and I don't want to. I don't. I mean,
Every industry.
This seems like a touchy subject.
Sure.
But here's the
Could be
deal.
any. It could be any
If-
industry.
If there was so let's just put it this way: if there was an undying need for 300-pound Minnesota dudes with big giant beards to be in movies, I'd get phone calls all day long, right? It's like they make the movies that make.
I don't know if
them.
that's comparable, but okay.
No, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is that if there's a
Saying Tia
need,
Carrera's a
if there's a
300-pound
need for
beard
what the
dude?
person is, then they will get hired. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just
I don't
saying
know about
like,
that, Lance.
What do you?
I think there's a lot of sexism in Hollywood.
Little
No,
bit,
there's sexism in the world, whatever. And so
Okay.
we've
Sure.
which and then so if there is a specific like systemic desire for a certain thing, like and which is part of like, oh, if a woman is no longer young or whatever, then therefore we don't want her in movies anymore. Or just in general, like she's not desirable. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's part of the world. I'm just saying it's like, and it's an issue and it's a problem, but it's one of those things where it's like it changes gradually and it gets altered gradually. I don't think I mean, I guess I can't stress enough that I'm not taking the stance of it's okay for Hollywood just to decide whatever, but it's still a business, right? I mean, it's like take a baseball team, for example. If or whatever, if like or any like take a sports team,
Moneyball.
they're going
Moneyball.
to hire the people that are going to play in that sports team that are able to make the baskets, that are going to be able to hit
Put the butts in the
puck.
seats.
Yeah, and
Hit the butts in the seats.
if whatever a person isn't putting a butt in a seat to pay for the movie, to pay for the streaming, to pay for whatever, they're not going to hire that person because it's just I mean.
Okay.
I think the industry's changed too, Scott. Like I see there's like a lot of ageism and sexism in Hollywood, but I don't think like them roles where you had the older people in them are around anymore. Now it's all superheroes.
Yeah, it's
or,
all shit. I mean, I don't want to
Yeah.
watch any more Marvel movies, honestly. But whatever.
yeah, it's
I mean, somehow I've trained my feed on YouTube to start giving me Siskel and Eberts from like 20 and 30 years ago, like the 80s and the 90s.
yeah.
And I've been watching them. I'm like, God damn, movies were good back then.
Uh-huh.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
No,
They're
movies,
remaking
movies are still
everything.
good. They're just not
No.
being made for you and what you like.
I think I can be what's the word?
Open-minded. You can be what?
COVID brain. I've been having these issues where I would just lose my train of thought.
Welcome to my world. It's called
I feel like
It's
it's
called
COVID
getting
brain.
old.
They're
much.
doing- They're doing.
I feel like, yeah, I feel I can be. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't know.
yeah.
Comparing the movies to 20 or 30 years ago, they fucking suck. Not just because I don't like them. They're not good.
Yeah, I
They
hear what
just
you're saying,
aren't.
so.
They're
I think-
not good.
I think one of the problems is the machine, the Marvel, not even Marvel, the superhero
Doesn't make any
sci-fi
sense.
machine took over too much,
Yes.
and we
Yeah.
lost.
If I
we
don't make
lost
$1
some of the
billion, I
substance.
can't make a movie. So basically,
Right.
you're not going to make any movies, really. You're
Yeah.
only going to
Yeah.
make what can only sell. That's really what it's boiling down to.
We lost, like, touching films like Secondhand Lions or stuff like, those kinds of drama movies. Like, I can't
Yeah.
remember the last time I saw a drama movie in the theaters.
I like the way you say that. What is that you say? Drama?
Drama.
Drama. I like
Drama. What is it?
Johnny Drama.
I like the Canadian pronunciation better.
Yeah.
Drama. But drama's fine. Yeah, I don't know. It just sucks.
It does. It does.
I mean, I
So-
used to buy iTunes. I used to buy a movie every week just to watch because I'm not going to the movies. Now I'm struggling to find a movie on iTunes to buy. I can't find anything. Anything. I mean, COVID obviously has a big part of that, but I think it's been a trend.
Yeah.
before COVID. Like there's
So,
there's no good movies, at least in my opinion.
I felt that way for about 5
Humble
or 6
opinion
years.
of movies.
I mean, once in a while you get a
But
decent.
it's I mean, it is interesting to watch around Siskel and Ebert's because they watched
Yeah.
everything, and they watched a lot of bad movies. A
Yeah.
lot of bad movies.
It's not a
I'm
movie,
glad-
but
I'm glad
they're
that she does
remaking.
not down on people uploading Siskel and Ebert's. I guess they're not getting copyright claimed, or maybe they're getting copyright claimed. But
It's not.
it's cool to have all those things around, even though they're terrible quality.
It's not a movie, but they're remaking League of Their Own.
Are they?
With different
It's a
actors.
series with
Series.
Nick
I would hope
Offerman.
so, Scott. They're all in their 60s and
But
70s.
is it going to be?
Yeah.
Is it going to be Tom Hanks?
No, it's Nick
Yeah.
Offerman.
I'm just telling you, they would probably cast Tom Hanks though again, right? If they could.
Oh,
Oh, no,
yeah.
he'll be the commissioner.
He'll do a
play
cameo,
the
yeah.
commissioner.
He'd crush it.
But they
He's-
won't.
he's-
They
he's
won't
making a
cast
lot.
Madonna or Rosie O'Donnell or.
No. It's all. It's all.
Yeah, they surely wouldn't. Okay, well, that might be fun. I mean, I like that movie. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, I did too.
I like that moment where because he's trying to give up drinking, and she's like, "So what do you drink?" And she takes that Coke out, and he's like looking at it, and he's just like, and he just like it just aids him to drink the Coke.
So I bought. I the last on the Sunday, I was hemming and hawing over it all weekend, but I walked by the Norse Foundry booth, and I said, "Hey, what kind of?" I said, "If I were to buy five sets of gemstone dice, what can you do for me?" And she's like,
We could take your credit card. Exactly. Like,
See
Well,
you, sucker.
"It's like it was a $400 purchase."
oh, okay. Like you wanted a discount.
Yeah.
Did you
She's
get
like,
one?
"Well, you have an exhibitor badge, so I can give you our exhibitor discount."
$3.95.
It was 10%, which was not
Oh,
bad
10%.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And she gave me a t-shirt because I spent $400. So
Oh,
You bought
What kind of dice did you buy?
yeah. What kind of dice did you buy?
they're gemstone. So
Gemstone.
turquoise,
So, do they roll special?
Turquoise.
amethyst.
Really?
Amethyst?
Yeah. I got for myself, I got a network agate, which is like a black and gray or black and white. Here, I have a picture.
Yeah. Oh, you have a picture. Or did you order them or something? Or you?
No. I bought them right there.
Oh, so you got them.
Yeah. Like they're at work actually, but this is what these are the D20s. I'll just share my screen for a quick sec.
You can't share your screen in this.
Oh.
Hold on.
The one time I want to share my screen and Lance disables it.
Oh, quit your mouth. Just give me a second here.
What's wrong
There you
with
go.
you, Matt?
Actually, I want to see this, and I'll be right back. Ah,
They're nice.
I bet they look better in person.
Oh, they're beautiful. This
Are
is
they-
the one I bought for myself.
Like, are they opaque or are they translucent?
This one's translucent. They're fully opaque pretty much, except for this one's maybe a little bit translucent actually.
It's a little opaque. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
They're
Wait,
beautiful.
time out.
Hold on, man. You got 5 dice?
what are-
$400 for 5 dice.
5 sets. This is just a
Oh,
D20.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Did you get 2 D10s at least?
I did. There's 7 die sets.
$500. Do they roll special? Do they come with a
Listen.
TV?
Listen,
Well, they don't put bourbon in it or nothing.
listen. I wanted to do something special to say thank you, and that's what I did.
To yourself?
Good for you.
No, this is for
his
my
crew.
team. This is for. I'm
So you
kind of
got
letting
how
the
many
cat out of the
sets?
bag, but nobody watches this, so no, none of my team watch this. So
So how many
They got
sets did you
taste.
get?
5.
5 sets, so $100 a pop. I'd rather you gave me $100 bill. Yeah, thank
You
you.
know what? It's not it's the sentiment.
What if they don't play D&D?
They all do. So there.
What if they give up playing D&D? Now they got to buy.
Well,
they
then
have a
that's
nice
their
day.
loss.
You got nice paperweights.
Then they're screwed. You know, then they're like, well,
Screwed.
great. Now I can never stop playing D&D. Otherwise, this gift is like wasted.
It's
Yeah.
funny though. So these are so they say that you have to if you're gonna have them in like one of those wooden dice vaults, that it'd be one of the dice vaults that have separate compartments and not all one large compartment, so
Yeah.
they don't.
Makes sense. Yeah. Bang
And
accounts.
if you roll them, don't roll them on a bare table. Roll them on a softer book or a pad.
Yeah.
But-
These are investment dice.
Well,
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. There's an old saying that the people that made the most money in the gold rush weren't the people that were looking for gold. It was the people that sold the dynamite,
Yeah,
and the shovels,
Sure.
and the spades. I mean, why even bother trying to write D&D modules or create anything? Just sell dice. Just seriously. I mean, it's just like make the tools that people will use.
Well, it's funny you say that because just before I went to Gen Con, David, who I work with in Toronto, who does all my cardboard construct stuff, he's a toy maker. He's like, let's chat when you get back about what else we can make, kind of stuff. So accessory wise and shit, I don't know. We'll see what
Well, I
happens.
know.
Cool.
I mean, me and Shane have had an idea for dice to make forever, but it's just we haven't had any time to
Oh, speaking of, check these out.
put it into effort.
That's cool.
People love their metal coins.
Yeah.
These are dice.
Oh, them spinny ones?
Yeah. So there's a little ball bearing here,
Yeah.
and they're double sided. So you got half the numbers on one side, half the numbers on the other. You flip them, and then there's like there's sloped channels that go down into each one of the holes on the side.
I don't like that.
I've never
picture.
been a fan of those. I mean, I'm not saying nobody else can. I mean, you can love them all, but I've always wanted. I want to roll a die.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I play in a D&D campaign for the first time in a long time this Saturday. It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I guess I'm tepidly excited to be
Yeah.
a player.
What level?
Oh, it's just we all started first level, you know,
Okay,
just with our OSR, you know.
So did you hand the torch over to somebody else for a little while, or?
Well, I had a guy in our group. He got a job in Minneapolis, St. Paul, so he's moving away. And I saw him yesterday, and I talked to him briefly, but he's on his way out. Basically, he's looking for a house for his family there, and I was just like, there's been a guy that's been bugging me to, like, he's like, oh, I really want to run a campaign, and you know, one of the other guys that does it or at least has on a semi-regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, yeah, this is a good time as any, you know, because, you know, whatever, you know, it's like one guy's leaving, we got to bring a new guy in, let's just reboot and you can start over, kind of thing. The thing is, his campaigns, he loses interest quick, He's got all these great ideas for what he wants to do with his campaign, and then in about like it's like just a matter of time. It's like I can just
Something
see-
shiny over here.
Yeah, no, it's just like he goes strong for about like 6 to 9 months, and then he like loses steam, and then he's just like he does the quick wrap up, like oh, okay, we're gonna move the big bad evil guy's castle. Instead of it being over here, we're gonna put it right in front of you, so you can just go in there and get him, and there we're done.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting.
I'm going to be stepping back behind the screen come end of this year when the 5e campaign guide for Kryn comes out.
Oh yeah.
Because I want to run everybody through the War of the Lance modules, but I don't want to do the work to have to work with the conversions. So I'm waiting for them to come out in 5e. Should be fun.
Good luck.
Barry, you had a question for me?
Oh yeah. I was listening to this thing with Sylvester Stallone and a guy named Winkler.
Henry Winkler?
No, he's not related
The
to Henry
Fonz?
Winkler. No, it's not the Fonz. Irvin Winkler, I think. He's the producer of
Hey.
Rocky, the original Rocky. He's the
Okay.
business partner of the producer of the original Rocky. I think the
All
original
right.
producer died. And they've been throwing stuff out in the press about Stallone basically sold the rights to Rocky when he was 28 or whatever, when he made it. So the producer, just something about wanting to leave money for his kid, and Stallone was like, well, what about me? What about my kids? It's going back and forth with that. And Stallone doesn't like that they're doing spin-offs of the Rocky series. They're coming out with the Drago series thing, or
Mm-hmm.
So I see this a lot, and what you do is like you basically sold something and you sold the rights, right? Is that basically how it works? Like you make a
Oh.
piece of art, it's you sold it. It's whatever the guy does with it, he does with
So
it.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, it's their. If he sold the IP, then yeah.
The producer, like the original one, he pretty much put up the money and all that. He basically made it. And
But
to
it all
me,
depends on the contract, right? Because I mean, like it could be like just for Rocky, any derivatives of that are, go back to the original IP creator or whatever. I mean, but it all depends, I guess.
Yeah, that's well,
how narrow or wide the sale was.
I'm sure 47 years ago it wasn't.
It was pretty damn wide. You probably drive a truck through it.
But with me, with that particular, with the Rocky thing in general, I feel is like that made your career, dude. I mean, that made you a multi-millionaire. Let it go. I mean, you're 70 some odd years old.
He's in a super movie. He's in a superhero movie coming out.
Well, he does the voice. He did the voice of the shark guy in
Yeah, but he's in like an actual live action superhero movie.
Other than
What's
the
it
Guardians?
No, Guardian, yeah, or something like Guardian.
Well, he had a role in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
No. Sorry, hold on.
Samaritan. He's
What's
in
that,
Samaritan,
Brian?
whatever that is.
Samaritan. Yeah. I saw something about that. I didn't look into it too deeply.
He's looking pretty amazing for 70, whatever.
I was just talking to Jen, like when I was looking at that thing about the producer and all that, they showed him training for, apparently there's another Rocky coming out. And they showed him at age 73, I think it was. And he looked almost like he did when he was like 80 in the 80s, like Rocky 3, Rambo 3, when he was real slim and trim.
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, that's like I said, part of me is like a major career, let it go. I can just understand where he comes. Speaking of Henry Winkler, I was watching an interview with Henry Winkler, and he was saying how he went to ABC with Rocky, and they bought it, but they wanted to put another writer on it, and Henry talked ABC into giving it back to Sylvester Stallone. Because he was so dead set on it being his written thing, you know.
Yeah.
Stallone was.
It's a little sad though. I'm looking at pictures of him right now. He kind of has to look like Liberace with all the fucking plastic surgery.
Yeah, yeah.
It's too bad.
It is too
It is.
Does Ryan know he's here?
bad. Ryan knows he's here.
Yes, I
Oh,
do.
okay.
Sorry, I
I
kind of
wasn't sure because I hadn't heard you say anything in a while. And I'm like,
I had been quiet for a
did
minute.
you
No, I
click
came
on the
back
thing
for-
by accident, and like start your
Mhm.
camera up?
there was suddenly a return to like my partner came in and she was like, I want to go food, and she was willing to go. So I got a round 2 in here.
Oh, nice.
I didn't tell anyone
You
that yet.
guys eating?
We are getting chicken wings. So if you ever do come to Portland, I would argue we have the best chicken wings place in the country. It's
Huh.
not the best chicken wings city, but we have, I think, the best chicken wings in the country of like an individual restaurant.
What kind of sauce is it? Like the
So
regular-
the place is called Fire on the Mountain. I think they might have some locations elsewhere, but I think most of the locations are here. Might be some in Colorado or something. It's kind of subtly Grateful Dead themed, but I'm not fully. But they have a bunch of different sauces. They got like 14 sauces you could choose from, but I always get their Jamaican.
I feel
jerky.
like
Great.
Buffalo Wild Wings has dropped in quality, in my opinion. I haven't had it in.
I
It was-
did recently.
Yeah, I
Scott.
went to the
agree with you.
hospital. It was the last time I had chicken wings.
I
Can you
agree
get
with
them dusted?
What
I like
here?
them sauced. Oh, you want them dusted?
I love so the little crunch on them with the toss them in flour and then so good.
Oh yeah. Oh, breaded. You mean?
Well, it's not breaded, they're actually dusted. So basically what they do is they toss them in butter, then they toss them in flour, and it
Okay.
just adds a
Bread.
little extra bit of like it's like very, very light
I
breading,
bet
I
it's
guess.
like it's probably not flour. It's probably like cornstarch.
Could be.
It could
That's
be,
more of
yeah.
that's a lighter coat.
The actual best chicken wings I've ever had were also in Portland and not from this wing place. You ever heard of Pock Pock? They had started branching across the
I think so,
country.
yeah.
There
Sounds
was
like
an amazing
medical.
like Thai street food restaurant in Portland that's been here since before I was here. And the head
I
chef
didn't realize
invented-
Portland was so chicken wing.
It's not like these are like the two things I can think of, but we're
Okay.
talking about chicken wings now. So, but this was a fish sauce wings, but they did like
Oh.
rice flour to kind of get that crispiness you're talking about.
Yeah.
But it was
Oh,
good
rice
enough that
flour
he's
also
like
not melted.
franchised just the wings themselves. Like that was just one dish at this great restaurant. And he like franchised out the wings there, like in New York City and LA and stuff like that. And
It was a fish sauce wing.
yeah,
Like a
it-
Thai.
really freaking well. It's
Like
so,
a Thai
so
flavor?
good. However, so that had been like a staple of Portland for almost 20 years as a restaurant, and pandemic sort of killed it. He'd already been retracting his mini empire he started because he's like, this isn't why I want to be a chef, to like run just a bunch of businesses. And then he was like, yeah, pandemic, and also like he even said in his statement, because he's married to a Thai woman, and he was like, he's a white guy from America. He was just like, you know what, like the time for me being the person to represent Thai food is like over. He's like, I'm gonna let like there's enough great Thai chefs coming up right now. I'm just gonna let them do it. And he was gonna go live in Thailand with my wife. I have enough money. I'm retiring. Peace out. Like Andy something. His food's phenomenal. Like he had several restaurants.
Is he like a
So-
celebrity chef?
no, just like one of the all stars of the city. You know,
Okay.
he might have been on. Who
You can
knows?
be a chef
Or is
without
he
being a
Top Chef or
celebrity.
like one of those shows?
He might have showed up as like a guest appearance in one of those things, but he wasn't like a celebrity chef. He was just like he owned a lot of the best restaurants in town and was just a badass, you know.
So there's this restaurant that's opening up in Fort Worth that we want to go to because we like the chef, like he's famous. But it requires jackets and no cell phone. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not
You
going.
could live without a cell phone, Scott.
I'm
I
sure,
get
but
the-
I'm not gonna wear a jacket to dinner. Fuck it. No
Yeah.
fucking way.
What's the specifications on a jacket? Because like, couldn't you just get a big BGG emblazoned blazer and just throw
I
that
can
over?
push the limitations, but I bet they probably would. It's a formal place.
And why are you returning your jacket, sir? Spite.
Spite.
My dad used to always say we'd be like whenever we'd go on like family trips, like if we were in some foreign country and we weren't dressed and we walked by some great restaurant we want to go into, my mom would always be like, "We're not dressed properly." He's like, "I think they'll take our money," and he was always right. Like, they'll take the money.
I've been wanting to get a Blazer for a long time. I
But no
haven't.
cell phone.
Like one
Also-
of those old cars, like the 4x4
Ford
vehicle.
The GMC Blazer? No.
GMC, yeah, that's what it
Wants
was.
to get a blazer jacket.
I have a tuxedo and a suit. But I
Probably
don't
look
think
sharp.
I fit them in anymore.
I want to lose some weight before I do that.
Did you
though.
guys? Did anybody get the promo? Nobody got the promo from Simon.
For what?
No,
The Juggernaut or the Gray Hulk. They were
I
giving
heard
away.
some people try, but nobody got it.
Weird. Why don't I just look?
I was gonna try to track down a copy of Twilight Inscription, but like apparently, like Miniature Market was one of the few places that had it. You know, go figure, because they're owned by Asmodee.
I don't think I'm gonna like that game.
So, but here's the deal.
No.
So I missed out on the day. So apparently, they had like very limited copies, and they were like letting. I don't know. I mean, this is just what I overheard in the booth when I walked in. Like I walked in Saturday morning to see if they had copies before the hall.
You were
opened
like
up.
Jay Leno. You spied.
No, I was just like, if they had it, I was gonna give them their $60 or $80 or whatever they wanted for it, and I was just gonna get it, right? You know, I was gonna play it once and then hate it and then give it to somebody. And then so I walked in, and then I heard somebody must be asking about it, because the Miniature Market booth was like a 10 by 10 booth, and it was just crammed, like full.
10 by 10. That seems small.
Yeah, it was very small.
I mean, it's a miniature market. With
Anyway, so
Well, it's about eight
so
now,
then
so
they
it
so
could
then
be
they
very
said, you know, it's like, and the woman there said, we had, and I heard her say a number, and I didn't overhear. It was one of those things where you hear the beginning, but then you realize what they're talking about. And for both Thursday and Friday, like, you know, a number of both Thursday and Friday, and we they said exhibitors bought them all out before we opened up the like doors, and so the people that like, so attendees weren't able to get them, and so they said, so if you've got a blue badge, we aren't going to sell them to you, because they weren't going to sell them to exhibitors anymore. And so I was like, oh, well, I mean, and back in the day, I used to have my exhibitor badge and my press badge. And so I could, you know, I'm Bruce Wayne and I'm Batman. I'm Bruce Wayne and I'm Batman. I could switch back and forth. But I didn't
Who
have
has
it.
which badge though?
Yeah. So I didn't have it, and then I was just like, well, you know, whatever. And I knew somebody who had a badge, and I said, hey, can you go check and see if they had any? And they said they were sold out. They had very few copies.
I watched the Game Boy Geeks review of it, and I think I'm not going to really care about that game. I think
You
I'm gonna
know,
let-
it's one of those things. Like I said, I'll buy it, and I pre-ordered it through my local game store.
I
Give
can't
them
play a
some
2-hour
cash,
roll, right?
and then, you know, and move on with my life. I did hear this. I talked to a few people that were media, and like, here's the crazy thing. So there were like, if there were a fair number of media people that I knew that had like small podcasts, and they said to a person, they all got declined by Gen Con. They were just like, yeah, no press badge. Sorry, your press badge application has been declined.
Okay.
And like, but if you had a YouTube channel, it didn't matter if it had 7 subscribers or how many thousands, you got one. It was just like, you got
Because
to,
they didn't. Because any Joe Schmo can do a podcast now.
I don't know.
I mean,
So
you know,
here's
there's a
the
lot
other
of
deal,
podcasts
though.
out there.
Any press person that I saw that had a following, and by following I mean, if like the big fish, if you will, none of them had a press badge. They all had exhibitor badges through, you know, whatever company or whatever that they had them. And I was just kind of like, I don't know. I don't know really what my point is in describing this. It's neither here nor there. It's
I
just,
suspect they've been taken advantage of with the press badge.
maybe.
I mean, what does a Gen Con badge cost now? Like $100?
I think it's 150 for the exhibitor badges.
For a whole week? No, not exhibitor, a regular. Because press badge is not give you the power of an exhibitor. It gives you the power of getting in for free.
Well, press badge is free, yeah.
Right, but
it
what
used
is
to be, it used to be that you got it an hour early on Thursday. That used to be the
but it's free. What's the normal badge cost?
I don't know, $100, $150. I don't know. I haven't paid for a Gen Con badge in so long. I got no clue there, brother.
People don't respect the audio medium. That's the problem.
125 for 4 days.
As the sound engineer.
$125 is not cheap.
Yes.
I mean, I feel like they've been taken advantage of. They just created a rule that made it very easy to verify if people actually had podcasts. Because I mean, how do you verify?
But, hey, Mr. Ryan, to your comment, Ryan, do you know what medium is going the way of the dodo besides newspapers? Radio.
But podcasts aren't.
Well, I
There's-
mean,
Terrestrial radio.
If you
But-
privatize
but-
radio even more, then it's fine. That's how that works.
what I mean, so the whole, I mean, straight audio, unless it's about serial killers,
Yes, then it's doing just fine. Just fine.
unless you're a couple of people talking about creepy serial killers on a podcast. No, I'm sure there's other podcasts that do great, but I mean, for the most part, for a medium, it doesn't translate well. So like if I want to hear somebody talk about a board game, I want to see that board game
Yeah.
being played.
Board games
right?
themselves are a visual medium, so that's part of the
Yeah.
difference.
Well,
Which is why
that's it.
so
I
well
mean,
on podcasts because their
so
medium is
a
audio.
podcast about that is like, I mean, I would listen to board game podcasts, and it's like the board game podcasts that like actually I thought mattered or actually were interesting when they were talking about just like board game ideas and discussing the hobby and the people in it and things like that, or interviewing people on how did you get into it, that kind of thing. When they would do, oh, we're gonna review this board game now, I'd be like, I don't care. I can't see the board game in front of me. And if I could see the board game in front of me, then what is your review going to help me with anyway? Because I've already bought the damn thing.
True.
So I never understood that. I mean, it's a dying medium because it just doesn't translate well, like you said. It doesn't.
I don't think podcasts as a whole are anywhere near dying. I mean, there's if anything, like it
or
feels
not,
like
no.
they're dying. off.
podcasts are doing radio's done.
Oh, yeah,
Podcasts do well
radio's done.
because you could it's just like streaming. I want to
You don't
listen
want-
to
yeah.
people talk about creepy serial killers,
it's
and I want to
time
do it
shifted.
anytime I want.
If you get
Radio-
if you could get a radio that would just time shift you, like you want to listen to what you want to listen to at that moment, then that would be a killer
You
app.
know,
No.
has anyone seen this, by the way? There's a website where you can listen to any radio station in the world, as long as they have like a web presence of it, which most do at this point. And it's like a Google Earth map, and you can just click radio
Yeah.
station. I want to hear Malaysia right now. It's
My
really,
brother was telling me about this. Yeah.
What's that called?
really cool. I forget the link, but somebody in
sure.
chat probably find it.
So for the longest
I feel
time,
like
there
there
was
was
a
something you
thing.
could make
There was
radio-
a thing called, I think it was called
Podcast.
Scanner, which allowed you to listen to radio stations from all over the United States. And then the
Okay.
FCC cracked down on them. And then because it was
Yeah.
like one of the things where it had something to do with the advertising dollars, like
Yeah.
you were paying your advertising money or whatever to broadcast or whatever it was, like the radio was paying to broadcast in that area. And by using that system, you were now listening to it. Like I was listening to like, oh, I'm going to listen to this Alaskan radio station in Minnesota. Well, the people
Yeah.
in Alaska broadcasting aren't paying to broadcast their stuff in Minnesota. So, it was so they got shut down.
Radio.garden. There it is. I think I just found it.
Cool.
Yeah, it's just really neat. Yeah, but I would see that totally makes sense, Lance. West. Go. Well, there we go. Something's sticking.
Hell is that?
That's cool.
Yeah.
It totally makes sense though why the radio, the advertising and FCC would care, but like internationally, I don't know. I mean, that's got to be a messy legal something.
Well, it's just
Yeah.
it's one of those things, whatever, that it
But
is what it is.
I agree though, like
Um,
the whole like I want to see. I mean, I've long said it's actually I'm noticing a shift in myself that I'm becoming less vain with games. Historically, I've been very vain with my board games. Like I really like a beautiful thing in front of me to interact with, which has of course value. I'm sure Matt would definitely say that has value. But like I'm trying to branch out and like just understand like if a game's really good, just let myself go after games I just know are good to play. But man, as far as like just picking something off a shelf, like I am so vain with my purchases with board games. Like it's a visual medium, no question, you know.
How long you been in the hobby, Matt?
Pardon?
I'm sorry, Ryan.
Yeah, what's the question?
How long you been in the hobby?
In the hobby?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so there's like a couple different answers to that. I started playing Magic in 95. And I actually started the actual moment I started was kindergarten after school. Teacher dude named Peter. I have not kept up on whether he's around, what the deal is, but he did D&D, and I remember when I was 5, an after school program playing D&D. The very first experience, he just like let us play. It was like so I'm 38 now, so was that 23 years, something like that. But there's been gaps, but like generally there's been a through line of 23 years. But
Yeah, I'm just curious because see with me that while the art and all that's cool, it's mainly the game, and it's always been that way. Like I play some really ugly games, but they've been good games. It's
yeah. Well, if a
but-
game's good, it'll overrule the pretty. But as far as like sight unseen stuff, like the pretty wins you out, like if you're sight seen, I should say. But like if you don't know a ton about it, you'll like check BGG for a rating. You'll look at the box. You'll
That
ask if someone knows something at the shop, So
can't even buy games anymore.
Yeah, I can't even buy games in the damn thing anymore. The weird thing
You
is
can go to
is that-
BGG Con, the store though. You can go to BGG
that's what that
store.
website was meant for. Was definitely marketplace first. Big mistake.
So the I remember, I think it was Mark Cuban kind of did the same thing too, didn't he? Didn't he have like a radio thing that could rebroadcast like radio
broadcast
signals or whatever, and then Yahoo bought it for
Bought
a
'em for
gajillion.
billions.
Yeah, bought it for $1 gajillion, and then like
Very
shortly there, like within a year or two, they were basically the
Yeah, they
rules
shut it
had
down.
changed.
He was in
And
the
they-
right place at the right time, man.
Oh, I
Yeah.
remember
I
he
saw
said
old screenshots of that thing. It was not good.
I remember his quote was
I mean,
somebody
he was in
somebody had
90s.
to be the luckiest guy in the world. I'm glad
And
it
he
was
was
me.
the guy.
I'm glad I was me.
yeah.
Like the first thing
So
he
Michelle,
did
his
after like he
friends-
made all of his money, he said that he called up like American Airlines or some some multinational airline, and he said, how many miles would I have to buy so I could fly anywhere I want, whenever I want, first class?
Well,
And
it
they
wasn't
said,
miles, Lance. Like some airlines used to sell lifetime flight passes.
Yeah.
"Yeah, okay, yeah, same deal." And they quoted him what it was, and he said, fine, I'm gonna do that. And then he said that for like the next 3 years of his life, he just lived in hotels and traveled the world and spent money.
I think he said he spent 150,000 on that, which like
Who is this?
Mark Cuban.
Who are you talking about?
Mark Cuban.
Like after he
Oh, Mark
sold
Cuban
his
did that?
company for billions of dollars. He
Bought a lifetime.
lifetime
Yeah.
airline ticket.
So you know
basically.
what the second luckiest guy in the world is? Michelle is friends with his wife, the lawyer that brokered the deal.
Oh, yeah.
He got 5%, and he's a
He's
multi-millionaire.
multimillionaire. Yeah.
Wow.
Michelle
Well,
was
there
in
you
her
go.
book club
The book club?
of the wife of the husband who did it.
Nice.
She doesn't have somebody that she pays to read the books to her.
No, she wants to get away from all these, so
People
she
like
goes
to
out
read.
of the house.
People do like to read. People are weird.
Yeah.
I finally got Michelle converted to ebooks.
Ebooks.
Stop
Oh,
buying
I hate
physical
ebooks.
books. We have so many physical books in this house. It's like, I mean, there's a lot of board games, but there's a lot of books too.
You're not. Neither of you are better or worse than the other.
Does she get rid of them at least, Scott? Or
No,
no? Yeah, that's the
I
problem.
mean, it's something I just, it's the same thing as board games, right? I mean, it's just books. They're sitting on a shelf, and I get the irony that I want not as many books in this house. But
I went.
there's a lot of board games in this house too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I have a ton of like
Cancer
fantasy.
stones.
I have a ton of like fantasy
Well, but
sci-fi
you will.
novels. Like if I go into Barnes and Noble, I can't help myself. I'll find one. I'll find a novel on the wall that
Yeah.
sounds interesting, and I'll buy it.
Yeah.
And then I get done reading it, and then I kept them for a long time, and then eventually, I think I took a ton to like the like homeless shelter or the YWCA and stuff like that, and just gave them to them. It's like, here, I don't know, maybe you guys will read them or burn them or something. But it felt nice to get rid of them all.
I was actually just talking to a couple of the neighbors about building like a neighbor library. When I'm done this with my project here, because we all have books. We were talking about it. We don't know what to do with them, so just put them in there and take them and exchange them.
Yeah, you make the little hut out on your
Like
lawn.
the book hut, but
Yeah, I'll make like a tree house or something. Birdhouse
community
type of
library.
thing. Yeah,
But what happens when it rains?
You
I'm gonna make an
you put a
A-frame
roof on
roof.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. It's a fully sealed box
Put
with
a
like
roof on it. What's a roof?
a roof.
it's what a dog says when you step on them.
I want to
So I
briefly.
saw that.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I wanted to briefly just say, so Kabuki in chat was saying like, wow, man, like you played D&D at 5. I just want to briefly say I have a clear memory of how that session went. And I just think it's hilarious. It was, looking back now, it was like a bunch of 5-year-olds playing D&D in an after school program. Guys, like you walk into this room, there's like a table and there's a dresser and some other stuff. And like, I think I forget if I was playing like the barbarian or the wizard, but like whoever was playing the barbarian's like, I hit the table with my axe. He's like, cool. You hit the table with your axe. I think I was the wizard. I was like, I cast magic missile at the chest. He's like,
At the darkness.
cool. Yeah, he's like, cool, you do. And a bunch of like molten gold runs out because you blew it up. What else do you want to do? Like, it was just like
That was
he
it.
knew who his audience was, and it was like
Nice.
wide open, like, yeah, you can play in this space. Like, he didn't go like, what the hell are you doing? It was just like, yeah, you did that. Good.
There
for
was
you.
no answer. There was no.
And there was no like, you don't get to do that. I just remember that being like, whoa, we get to like do whatever we want. It was like mind-boggling at like 5, you know. But
So
yeah.
I'll always
Boggling for
remember
sure.
the very first time my son played D&D, like the one thing that happened was it was like they went into this room and I tried to make it look spooky, and because there was like a big spider in the corner and they were scared of it because the spider was looking at them, but eventually they like figured out how to like get it to come down from because it was hiding and they couldn't hit it with their sword or their swords, and their arrows couldn't reach it or whatever. And they eventually got it to come down and they killed it, and then his was the only character that could climb, and so he climbed up into its nest and he found, amongst other things, a like a cereal bowl. I said it's a cereal bowl that's made out of solid gold, and I said but there's a blood stain on it, and he's like, and I remember him saying, can I clean the blood off? And I was like, I don't know, I mean, you have a water skin, you want to try? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna try. And I was like, yeah, you clean the blood off. And then he was just like, I'm gonna keep the golden bowl and not tell anybody that I have it. And then for the longest time, he had golden bowl written on his thing, and he just kept it. Like when the people they needed money, they're like, we want to buy weapons and armor. Does anybody have more money? And he's like, nope. Just like he had this solid gold bowl and he wouldn't tell anybody about it. Made me happy.
To be that young and naive.
Yeah,
I mean, I'd take a golden bowl now, Scott.
Oh yeah, I probably would
that's
too.
true.
Yeah.
Golden
I
cereal
like
bowl.
that.
You wouldn't melt it down for the money.
Well, I mean, you could
Get
just
'em
sell
all.
it as solid gold if it's solid gold. If it's formed, it's worth more, right?
So
Mhm.
I just thought of something. I don't know if you remember this. So long. This is an old comic book story. This is a Spider-Man, old comic book Spider-Man story about when the Beyonder came to Earth, trying to figure out what the human race was and everything like that. When he came to Earth, there was a weird thing where he turned an entire building into gold, because I forget the reasoning why. It was something about somebody says something is worth money, and he turned the building into gold, and of course the building and everything in it turned to gold as well. The whole thing kind of fell over, and because it just couldn't support the weight and whatever. And so Spider-Man was spending all this time trying to get people out of it and doing the right thing. And then there was like this government agency like showed up, and of course they cordoned off the area and the whole 9 yards, and they had to work with the Kingpin actually for the extra security and stuff to keep everything safe. And Spider-Man like he did the right thing, and like he's seeing all these things where like the typewriters are gold, and like the pencils are gold, and everything in this thing is gold. And I figured what it was. It was like a notepad, like just a plain old notepad, but the whole thing got turned into gold. And then there was this thing, and he took it and he put a little webbing pouch around it, and he had it on his but he was like saying it's wrong. I shouldn't take it. It's not mine to take. I shouldn't take it. And he was wrestling with it the entire time. But then when he realized that the guy in the government, who he was trying to save all these people and people were dying in the thing, he saw him working with the kingpin to like do this, and how corrupt the government was. He goes down and he just said, it's like, all my life, he said, all my life I've done the right thing, and I've walked the narrow path, and I've always done the correct thing. But you know what? And he picked the thing out and he said, for once in my life, I'm gonna do something for me. It's like this thing is worth more than all the money I've made in my entire life, and I deserve this. I deserve this for everything I have, and I don't give a damn what you have to say. And he goes away. And then it just preyed on his conscience forever, until like it was a situation where he ended up his like Aunt May had to have a surgery or something, or he needed the money, and he ended up just going and like pawning it at a pawn shop for like some drastically reduced amount of money that it was worth. And he like it was this weird story arc about the whole thing. I don't know why I just thought about that. I'm sure Kabuki Kid might of all the people in there.
So just us talking about gold brought that memory back to you?
Yeah, I just thought of that. I don't know why. I just thought of that. Maybe.
Thanks
but it was
for
like,
letting us know, Lance.
Yeah, no. It was just a cool thing. It was a cool. I gotta go. I should dig out my old comics in my mom's house one of these days.
I'm sure your mom's saying the same thing. Get him out of my house, damn it.
Oh no. She would never
old comics
dare
are in
throw it.
such bad shape.
Somewhere in that house there is a treasure trove of D&D stuff that I have.
Oh, I'm sure.
It is all my old books, all my old maps, everything that I used to write, all my old dungeons I made.
I have my AD&D books at my parents' house somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
Gave
those.
mine
And an
away.
Atari 2600 with about 300 cartridges somewhere in there too.
Yeah. That's the tough thing. I never know, like, I have such an inclination towards pack ratting. It's like, I should get rid of so much more stuff, but I realized that my whole time in this town, I've like never really done an expel. I've just slowly gotten bigger places as I've gotten older, crewing. I have a big board game purge coming for sure. Definitely.
Clean it up.
Oh,
We'll just
that
get a
feels
bigger
good.
place.
And trust me, like I put a bunch of board games in storage, and I haven't even thought about them for a long time. And man,
Sellable. Yeah.
when I get them out of
Yeah.
storage, I'm gonna prune
Yeah.
again.
Well, Orleans Deluxe, is going to Evan, right? You got to sell him that one.
Somebody will make a deluxe version. I talked to who's his face over at Capstone. I said, you're sitting on a gold mine, Trebek.
I mean, I backed the TMP
Oh.
Deluxe Kickstarter. It was one of my first. I have it for Orleans.
Yeah, sure. I think it's
That
still in the
doesn't
shrink.
make
Isn't it coming out again though? I thought.
Well, Capstone just made the standard
Capstone.
version.
Oh, okay, not a deluxe one.
I did get my copy of my RPG book that I did the writing for. So I
did you?
Is it finally out?
I
You guys
have an
delivering
actual-
on your Kickstarter?
what?
You delivering on your Kickstarter?
Well, I'm not in charge of the delivery. All I know is I got mine. So because it was like probably
That's
a
all that
free press
matters.
copy.
Were you like a?
That's all that
Us
matters.
schlub customers, whatever.
I don't know this story. Were you like writing like content for like adventures or what?
Ooh, them shorts.
Yeah. So I got to I did all like it's a book that had a bunch of NPC backstories and
Cool.
stuff like that, and I did a bunch of writing for that. And so
Did you make an
but
undead Viking character? Because
yeah,
that would
but now I have an actual writing credit now in a book.
that's cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can-
What was the
Put
name
it
of
on
that
the board.
project?
what?
What was the name of that project?
The Wanderer's Guide.
I'm gonna go check.
Oh,
it
with Andrew Bosley.
Yeah.
Are you credited on
About that.
PvP? Because if you're not, it doesn't count.
Well,
Credit
it'd be
on
an
RPG
RPG
Geek.
geek. It would
Oh,
have to
RPG
be,
Geek, right,
so-
I really, that's way more important. Oh, Joe Wiggins was a part of that.
Yeah.
June 26, 2022. No news. Okay, great.
No
No
news,
news.
good news. Come on, Scott.
That's what he says. No news is good news.
Yes.
It's in the
Everything's in
pro.
mass
I talked to
production.
him briefly at. I talked to him briefly at the at Gen Con. He actually now works with board game tables.
Yeah,
And,
He's part owner, I think.
yeah, part owner. Yeah,
Cool.
and so he
I can't believe
is
I got
going to
suckered
be.
into paying $100 for that game. Just kidding.
No, and he's going to be. As far as that goes, he will be doing all kinds of stuff with them, and like his stuff is being like he's going to deliver some of that stuff to along with like it'll be just on one of their ships, the board game table ships or whatever.
We're doing a game with them.
All right.
Fun little game. The Miko's doing the art too.
The who with the what now?
Is that game with the mafia thing? Not that one.
I'm not even sure if I can talk about it, but so
Nice guy.
one thing I
Well,
do
there's a
know.
Miko art game that's got the mafia.
Yeah,
Mm.
one thing
Actually,
I
no,
do
it's
know
not
is.
Miko, it's Weberson Santiago.
Oh yeah.
I mixed them
yeah.
up. I mixed them up.
He did show me some of that though. Some of that art.
Weberson.
Yeah, no. Well, I saw some Weberson art. I don't know what game it was for from Joe. But
Hey, did you guys hear that?
Doesn't matter.
Dick.
That was kind of finishing his.
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead.
oh, what I was gonna say was
Holy shit, he got an apology, man.
what I know.
My
My
before.
Canadianness is rubbing off on him.
Still set a roof though.
So we sent our lease offer in for office space today. And once we wrap up the project with board game tables, I can see a high probability of getting a conference table from them.
All right.
Bye, Ryan.
Oh, like a board game table
Yeah,
type of thing.
yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, I have my table. I had to disassemble my table. Right, it's right
Is that
there.
a toilet in the middle? Oh no,
That's a cat.
I was like, what is that?
It's actually two cats.
Yeah, I was gonna
But-
say it's a huge cat if it's only one.
They used to be on my table, on my board game table there, but I had to disassemble it because Gretchen is getting quite old and her bladder is not in complete
that
control.
Yeah.
So we I didn't want to ruin my table, so I just disassembled it.
Yeah, they take over certain places.
I
What's your
sold
next,
5 coins tonight.
5. Yeah, I'm
Shut
gonna
up,
order
shut
one
up.
later, man. I got your.
Are you
thing
shipping
up
them too?
behind them.
I am. I raised the price though.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, shipping. Especially
What's
the
the
States.
website?
It cost me $3 to ship it. Just mattpickett.com.
Is that real money or Canadian money?
Canadian.
I get confused when I talk to you, Matt.
Cost me $3.19 Canadian, so it's like 5 cents to
So I
American.
said, oh, I had another question for you, Matt.
Yeah.
Do you have like Home Depot or Lowe's or Bernard's or whatever the other one is? up
The
there?
first two, yes. The
or
last
equivalent.
one, Menards, no.
Okay.
Save big
Is-
money. You
is-
save big money.
When you buy like
when
studs
you
or
shop
lumber,
Menards.
Yeah.
is it an Imperial
No.
or
Yeah, sorry, it is an Imperial. Yes. 2x4s, 6. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not in meters.
All right. I was just curious about that.
or centimeters. Yeah, it's Canada is a very funny country when it comes to measurements. It's not fully adopted metric like Europe has, and it's probably more, especially generationally anyways. My generation and older is certainly more imperial than it is metric. Up until working on board games, I was completely almost all in imperial.
Yeah.
But now that I'm working on board games, it's mostly metric.
I wonder why they never really took hold. I know they tried the metric over here, but it never
A
really
lot of
took
coin,
hold.
Matt.
Oh, why'd
I
you
would
do
give it to
that?
Michelle. I
You
give it to
did it.
Michelle.
Yeah,
I get it from Michelle. She the coins were awesome.
yeah. I plan to get one for.
She'll get her own coin.
I can get another tumbler too.
They did a really good job on the enamel, by the way.
They did. They did. I like it a lot. I wish the antiquing was a little more antique-y.
Or antique.
What does that mean?
So if you look at
Like a little more.
look at the
Oh, is that the antique side? Oh yeah, it's too clean.
it's too clean. There should be dirt
Still
and
looks awesome.
schmutz. It does look great. I mean, like it looks fantastic. I'm over the moon with it. But
You made those domestically? I mean, or Canadian or American?
no, Foam Brain Games made them.
Foam brain.
Andrew Zorowitz. He did. He does the Bin Bazaar stuff.
Oh,
Oh,
and I liked his work on Emancipating Mexico as well.
On which?
Zorro. Never mind.
So what was
I
your
don't
O
get the
for,
reference.
Scott?
Say what?
What was your O for? I said-
oh, the Pin Bazaar. I feel like that's a subsidized company. I mean, like they can't be making that cheaply. Something like those pins are like if you go try to make those pins with somebody else, you'll pay a ton more.
My
They're not subsidized, but they're very cheap. I don't know. I hope they're making money.
Well,
Yeah.
there are some online rev vendors. If you if timeline is not a huge issue, you can get them quite cheap. My pins, I think, cost me when I did them. They were
$1.
$3.36.
$1.36 for a pin.
Yeah, if it was
That's pretty
an
cheap.
Yeah.
inch and a quarter, and there was like a glitter in it and 2 or 3 other colors. So
Do you remember when we did the geek coins?
Yeah.
Yep.
Those were like $5 each.
Were they? Wow.
Yeah,
Don't blame him for the fact that you
Don't
couldn't get a
blame
better
him,
price.
how big were they?
tiny. They're like a quarter.
Because this is 2 inches.
Yeah, believe me, I would.
What she said.
I wish I
It's
bought those.
ginormous.
But remember the geek coin idea? You traded it and had a serial number on it, and you would log
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
You would log it into the system, and it would go around the world like in Google Earth and show you where your coin went.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that was back in the day when I could work on fun stuff.
Fun stuff. Do people
Now
keep
it's
up
all
with
so
this guy?
serious.
We'll get there again.
Nobody
Scott.
wanted to give the coins away.
They're
too good.
Really?
They're too good. It's supposed to be like a trading thing.
Yeah.
You got to make them butt ugly to do that. Then
Some people did them, but then it just sort of fell apart.
All right, I think I need to.
I feel like I've done a lot of things in my life now, like attempted things that just don't work. I should just give up. Like
Never.
I'm
yeah,
done.
Never
I'm
give
done.
up. Never
Just gonna, just,
surrender.
gonna, just gonna tie this
I'm just gonna
steering wheel into
quit.
place, put a brick on the accelerator, and walk away.
There's only so many times you can fail in things. Like I just get frustrated.
If you never fail, you'll never succeed.
That's true. You miss all
Always
the
learn
shots.
something.
You missed all 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, I remember you dropping that knowledge on me on a geek list I made a long time ago.
What knowledge?
Oh, that you miss 100% of the shots you don't.
Is that
make,
Wayne Gretzky?
You don't, that you don't
Walter
take. I was like,
Gretzky,
Walter.
thank
Walter
you,
Gretzky?
Thank you.
Who's
Scott.
Walter Gretzky?
Dad.
His
Oh, his
dad.
father said that.
Yeah.
Did
Oh,
I
so-
say that to you, Lance?
Yeah, you did. It's
Really?
no big deal. No, I just thought you were being.
What was the context?
Well, I'll explain later.
Nope.
No, so
Was
here
I
you
trying
want
to
to
pump you
hear
up?
my story about how I almost got into a fight in the Minneapolis.
Sure.
Sure, but first I want to say goodnight to Matthew.
Matthew, you want to hear this? You want to hear this? Story?
Okay, I'll stick around for it.
All right. So we were leaving Minneapolis, and then like it was weird. I mean, like I don't consider myself to be like a huge like, oh, I've traveled on so many planes and I just know it. But I mean, even I, like, as we were like getting ready to take off, like I noticed that like it just felt like the plane was like wobbling back and forth. It was like, that doesn't seem right, you know, but And then the pilot even came on. They said, you might have noticed our weight's a little bit off, so we're gonna have to head back, and they're gonna be, repositioning some things and
That's never.
playing, whatever. And I was like, all right. And they surprisingly
Really?
they didn't say,
Or-
Lance Meister, could you please move over?
Can you shift to the left side of the
Yeah,
plane?
yeah. And you have to stay like this for the rest of the.
It's not
no.
you, Lance.
No. So no, so we were, so long story short, for that part is like, and
Please.
it matters, is that there was like, how certain, like a butterfly flaps its wings in Tokyo and causes.
And there's a tsunami and
Causes. So anyway, so
America.
we didn't take off for 30 minutes. Like we were delayed.
You landed
which-
and then they just sat there.
Well, we were just waiting to, because it was our first plane ride, right? And so then I was sitting there and we were just kind of like, and I was like, but we had like a 2.5 hour layover in Minneapolis, so I wasn't worried about it. It was like, who cares? No big deal.
Can you drive home too?
Yeah, if I want to drive for 13 hours.
You're 13 hours from Minneapolis?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was that far.
Well, no, it would be
America's
like
a big
9
country,
hours from
Scott.
Minneapolis and then 4-hour drive from Minneapolis. But anyway, so we take off, we land in Indianapolis, big deal. So we get there, it's like right at like, it's just because our plane takes off at it was 10:30 or whatever, and it was just a hair before 8. And so me and Riley, we walked to the 2 places to go eat that we knew of that like we both eat at. Both of them were like, we're done serving because we're closing up. And I said, well, is there any place left to eat in the airport? And he said, yeah, if you walk down there, it's like the only place open is like, I was like, what do they have? Oh, it's full service. And I was like, all right, whatever. So we walked down to this place and it's like a bar restaurant type of thing, but every table's got an iPad on it and you just type in what you want and then they bring you your food. I was like, which fine, there's burgers and whatever. So we just
Sounds
got some-
sanitary.
yeah, no, I mean, it's whatever, right? We'll just get our stuff. And so she and I both get a cheeseburger or whatever. And so I'm just sitting there and I'm like, and it was like, and then when you walk in, and there was probably like maybe 15, 16, around that number of people in this area. And there was an actual like bartender, like some woman behind like this area that like was serving drinks to people. But like, and I saw you could get drinks. I wasn't going to drink or anything. I was just in there. Okay. Whatever. And it's like how you kind of are aware that there's other people there, but I really wasn't paying attention. I was like, I just knew other people were there. I just was like, but there was a guy about 6 feet this way from me sitting at the bar. And I, maybe noticed he was there for a half second, didn't give him even 2 glances. And then all of a sudden it was like, and we still hadn't gotten our food yet. We had ordered an appetizer and that had come, just some cheese curds or whatever. And I was just in there kind of sipping a Coke and Ryle and I were just talking about, whatever, the trip and this, that, and the other thing. And all of a sudden this guy, it was like some switch went off in his brain. And all of a sudden he stands up and he looks around and he's like, it's like, Americans aren't free. They say Americans are free, but Americans aren't free. None of us have freedom. And he's just, all of a sudden, he's just bellowing. And I just kind of was like, what is going on? And
He's
then
an
my
Alex
daughter-
Jones fan.
I have no idea. He just starts just
He's probably
yammering.
watching a YouTube podcast.
I have no idea. And he was just, and I mean, like literally I hadn't even noticed the guy was there and he just stands up. It's like, all of you people, you think you got freedom? You think you got freedom? We don't have any freedom. American isn't the land of the free anymore. And I was just kind of like, okay, you need to go away.
Psycho.
You're whatever. You're crazy. And so, but I wasn't going to say anything. I wasn't going to engage because, I mean, what am I going to do? Argue with this guy? He's not going to believe anything I have to say, just whatever. And so
That's the
then,
time with him though.
so then he said, so then he started getting vulgar. He's like, all of you effing P words, you start, and then I was like, hey, buddy, I was like, I'm here with my daughter. It's like,
Yeah.
keep your voice down. Stop it, stop with the swearing. And he looked at me and to his credit, he said, oh, I'm sorry. And then he was like, I could tell he was drunk. And he looked at my daughter, he goes, I'm sorry. And he looked at me again, he said, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. And then I was like, whatever, just, and he's like, no, I'm sorry. And I was like, great. Stop talking to me. Just whatever. And so then the guy just kind of stood there and like the tumblers started rolling in his brain. I could just see it because he was staring at me. You could just see, and he's just staring at me, and I'm just trying to just sit here and I'm looking at my daughter, and she's like kind of laughing. I'm just like, just whatever. And then so all of a sudden he's like, and then he looks at me and he's like, do you think you're free? And I was just like, I said, please don't talk to me. Just leave me alone. And then he said, so that's your daughter? And I was like, dude, I'm just not gonna respond. And then he saw I had a mask. I had this, because I just had it in my pocket when I reached in, and I'd had it when I was at the at the convention, and I put my mask on the thing. And he said, is that your mask? And I said, yes. And he's like, so you wear it? And I said, yes.
No, just for show.
And then he said, so you got vaccinated? And I said, it's
Why
really
are
none of
you
your,
talking to me?
it's really none of
That
your
Minnesota
business.
nice thing.
It's really none of your business, but yes. And then he stopped talking. He kind of was staring at me, and you could see he wanted to say something else about
So he was
me.
QAnon.
Yeah, and then he said, so do you make your kids wear a mask? And I said, I was like, and then I turned and looked at him. I said, I asked you to stop talking to me. Please stop talking to me. And then I turned and looked, and he goes, I bet you made him get vaccinated. And I was just slowly getting more, and
Wow,
this
you're
is
lucky
weird.
he didn't get decked.
And this is weird because I was there's been a few times in my life now in the last, I've seen red, and it had been a while since I was starting to just feel myself get to younger me. And I was just and then he said, if you got her vaccinated, that makes you and he said, an effing child abuser. And I was like, that's it. And I stood up.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
Evan.
I was saying hi to Evan.
and then
They said you were going to sleep early.
And then the guy did this crab scuttle and left, and I got.
So you stood up, got in his face, and he backed off.
No, I was like, that's it, and I started to stand up, and then I by the time I got stood up, he had just basically he's like, I was leaving. And he's like, and he
So the restaurant didn't do anything to save you?
No, and then the people, then there was a weird scattering of applause from people after I said that, and then I mean, I really saw me not actually swinging at him, but I saw myself grabbing him and saying, "You're leaving. This is you leaving, and you're gonna go."
You're a magnet, fucking bitch. You're a magnet.
Child abuser, huh?
Yeah,
that what it
fucking
is?
child abuser.
That's whatever. I don't want to talk about it.
No,
Yeah.
But that is the
new thing.
the cattle call,
Yeah.
That's whatever. It's the talking point.
It's the taunt.
It's whatever. He can believe whatever he wants. He can be a nutball all day long. I don't care. I was just like, I'm done. You're out.
So you did stand up,
I did. I was in the process of standing up,
and he
then
walked
the guy-
away.
And then he was like, "Oh, I was leaving anyway." I was just like,
Yes, you were. Voluntarily
Yes,
or otherwise.
and I felt bad. Immediately, I felt bad because, and then of course, Rylan was just laughing, and I was just like, and but yeah, I was like, why? Why does this stuff happen to me? Why does?
You're a
You got a
magnet.
magnet, dude. You
You're
got a magnet.
I
My wife is for a certain type of person, and you are for everything.
I just don't. I was like, just leave me alone. Nope. I'm just not gonna leave you alone.
Well, thank you for that bedtime story, Lance. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Again, it's Minnesota nice. Philly, that would have went down
Are
a
you leaving,
lot
Matt?
differently.
Yeah, I'm gonna bike into work tomorrow, so I want to get up early.
Yeah,
That
bike.
makes sense.
Please tell
Put
me you have
Georgia
one of
into
those
here.
old timey bikes, the big front wheel and the small little wheel, and you wear
Yeah.
a jogging
James
hat.
What are
Matthew,
those called?
how?
A penny farthing.
You need a
Huggermonger.
ladder to get on
Huggermonger. Huggermonger.
They were called bone shakers, is what those
Bone
those
shakers,
called.
yeah.
Because they were like literally they were bone shakers. They would just, they would rattle you around when you tried.
Do you have a Tam O'Shanter too?
Funny thing though, I
don't think you heard
I
your
did
Scott.
actually. I felt a little like an old person because I got my bike modified. I raised I got an extender for the stem, so my handlebars were higher. So I feel like one of those
You don't
old.
bend over
It's
so
nicer
much.
on
The
your
back, yeah.
Well, the thing
Yeah.
is, my seat is about this much higher than my handlebars because it's a mountain bike and it's got a slope
Right.
front, right? So, and for the longest time, I'd be biking and my neck was craned like this, looking forward. I'm like, that doesn't feel good. So I ended up raising the stem like literally only like that much, but it was all the difference in the world.
Cool.
Well, before you go, Matt, I gotta say, I mean, Barry, we've never been at a convention before, but the gentlemen here, when I go to a convention, make me feel so like belonging and loved and wanted. And I really appreciate you guys like inviting me out to stuff and hanging out with me and bringing me into your world. And Scott too, when I was at BGG Con.
Oh, of
I
course.
just want to
man.
say, like, I really appreciate that, guys. It's freaking awesome.
Even when we get turned away from parties.
Even when we get kicked out,
You're
of
not on the
parties,
list. Sorry. You're
We were
on the
not
list.
on the list.
But my girlfriend's
no,
in there. There's
Yeah, I had a
bunch
lot
his
of-
girlfriends in there.
I had a lot of fun, Evan. It was.
I wish I
was
could
a
have
blast.
gone. I wish I
It
could.
was great.
Well, I'll see you, Scott, in November.
You know,
It'll be here before you know it.
I know.
you know what I really, I mean, this is, and I'm
I
not
will
trying
not see
to,
you,
I'm seriously not trying to kiss your ass, Salty, but when I was sitting in the BGG Hot Games room, I was like sitting there, I was like, Scott needs to be here.
Yeah.
This
I
would
wish I
be,
was,
this would be
believe me.
immeasurably more fun.
I had
if,
some moods this weekend for sure.
if Scott
You
Alden.
could have called Scott. I would have talked about that.
I could have
I
called you.
wasn't doing. Yeah, I wasn't doing that.
We could have wallowed in our self pity about not being able to go to convention.
Yeah. Then I would have brought you up with some stoner idea or something. We would have
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah, Scott, I met that Deborah gal who was on
Yeah.
Oh, you did.
Game-
Oh, you
Game
Deborah's
night.
Wall.
and I kept it super chill because it could have been like,
No,
I've
you
seen
did.
you on Daredevil and you're amazing. And
Mhm.
but I was like, oh yeah, from Game Night. Cool, yeah, good to meet you.
No, you did.
We played
She
it.
was
And,
like,
and then she was probably
that
upset
fucking
because
dork.
great. I'm only known for game
She
night.
doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't have that kind of ego.
Does she go to a con like a comic book con, Scott, or
I think she's gone to
so.
Comic Con, but she
would
said
assume
I think
so.
Gen Con was her favorite.
But doesn't
And she wants to play games. She's game
yeah?
aholic. She's crazy.
And
Didn't
you-
she fangirl over one of the game night people?
Hmm?
Weren't you saying that she fangirled over one of the game night people that was supposed to be walking her
So
around?
the story is that she was
Oh.
at Comic Con or a Comic Con type event, and her handler, who was Kevin Kelly, who has been on the show before, and he was escorting her to her next appearance, right, or next place. And they're in the elevator, and she goes, were you on game night or something like that? And he goes, am I being punked? he knew who she was, right?
Right.
And he goes, yeah, he was like looking around like, is there a camera?
Where's the
And,
camera?
like, can you believe it? And she's like, yeah, okay. I really like the show or something. And he's like, you should probably just write to Lincoln and I mean, we'll get you on the show if you want to be on the show. I mean, some to that
Yeah,
effect. And
it's
it's just
awesome.
like one thing led to another, and she stepped out of her shell because she's
Yeah.
kind of introverted. I
Yeah.
think. I mean, I'm speaking for her, but I don't know really.
Right.
And she wrote to Lincoln and got, and her husband or EJ encouraged her to write because she wasn't gonna.
Yeah.
And thank God she did, man. She's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was super stoked to meet her.
She's really nice.
Yeah.
Really down to earth and just like really great person.
Yeah, she seems it.
Yeah.
It's so funny when
She has no conceit or any of that kind of.
Yeah.
she made an appearance on she guested on Critical Role a couple of times, and I like as much as you can tell somebody's personality from stuff like that, she came across like super, like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm here. This is amazing. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Very genuine person.
Yeah, very. She
Yeah,
seems it.
seems like.
And a movie star. And a TV star. Yeah. It's cool.
Cool. All right, kids. Have
All
a
right.
great night.
Adios, brother.
See you, Matthew.
Love y'all.
Love you too, man.
buddy.
How was
How
your
we can talk
Gen
crap
Con,
about it.
Evan?
What's
That
that?
fucking Canadian.
Just the worst.
I'm sorry, I cut you all, Scott. What'd you say?
Oh, I just said, how was your Gen Con?
Oh, dude, it was great. I mean, like I said, I felt like this. I think this was like the first con. Actually, that's not true. Last BGG con was the first con, but this con also was another reaffirmation that, like, I don't know, just like I don't feel like an outsider.
You are.
You are, yeah.
Perfect.
We don't like you. We just
But like
tolerate you.
I hate to break it to you, but
I've lived my entire life like.
why do you feel that?
I don't know, just my
Just
entire life
some
I
kinda-
felt like an observer, like, always get picked last for Foursquare and just all that, like, it just always felt like I was never like,
In your element.
like,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
and-
can see that.
and
That's
people-
what the beauty of board games, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. It
and I
is.
never, like if I I would have to like invite myself to things and all this kind of stuff to like ever do anything. And like just in the last, I don't know, just it's been really, really cool and affirming just the friendships I've made and like how cool everybody is, and including me in stuff. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, BGG Con was kind of the start of that, and then this Gen Con really felt that way. Like last time I
I
went,
don't
to
like
Gen
it was a
Con,
really good Gen Con. I mean, I've not
Yeah.
heard any negativity about it.
the first time I went was the 50th, and I totally felt like I was like, what am I doing here? Like I don't know anybody.
Yeah.
I'm kind of just like doing this down the aisles, and I don't know where I'm going or what I'm
Gen
doing
Con's
here.
not a good con, especially your first one.
It's hard to be a
You know,
solo
your-
full
yeah.
flyer at Gen Con for sure.
Yeah. But this time, going around, I was pitching to a bunch of people and catching up with a bunch of friends, and I don't know, it felt really awesome. I really enjoyed it. And Lance was there.
And Lance was there. Slave driving you.
Frankly,
How many shifts did you do, Evan? How many?
One.
Did
He
you follow?
had- he-
Just
and he-
one.
and
Just
he-
one.
and he barely showed up for that one.
Oh my gosh.
And I heard you can't explain your own game.
Well, I thought I could.
Roy Kennedy shows up.
Roy
Roy
came
Kennedy, I
by.
couldn't
Yeah,
remember
some-
his
Picture your
name.
place.
He did. He came by, and there was this couple standing there, a couple of people standing there, and they
That's
were.
a podcaster,
I was
or
talking
a YouTube channel guy.
Oh, I don't know who it was, but Roy was.
Oh, I
like,
do
"And
because they
this,
talked about
and
you
this,
on
and this."
the show.
Oh, did they?
Yes, his
Oh, that's
show.
hilarious.
Yeah.
What's the name of that show?
It's Rob's something, but it's not Rob's tabletop. I don't know. It's Rob's tabletop, or
Oh,
Rob's,
I think
but it's
he
not.
handed
Yeah,
me-
It's not Rob.
I think he handed me a card.
Rob's Gaming?
That's a,
No.
that sounds
I'll find
familiar. 'Cause I
It's
wanna
not
go
Rob
watch that
Oren, it's
now.
the other guy.
It's not Rob's tabletop world.
Oh, okay.
That's Rob Oren. Right? It's Rob's.
This
I-
video is brought to you.
Rob's something
Yeah.
game table. Get Rob's gaming table.
Okay, I'm gonna
That's
go
it,
watch
yeah.
that.
Yeah, Rob's gaming table.
But
And
yeah,
he does it with, he does it with his wife.
I was
seems like a
talking to him, and then
really
Roy
fun
came
guy.
up, and he's like,
Yeah.
and this, and this, and then this game's like this, and you do it like this, and it just like he was so much better at explaining games than me. And I was like, all right, aspirational. That's fine.
Evan as a game designer, that's not good. What is it? Do you get nervous or you just overthink
No,
it?
I don't like.
I'm
you
with
know,
you, man. Like
different people
I
have
can't
different
sell a
skill
thing,
sets.
save my
Yeah,
money.
I'm not a salesman. I never have been. That's why, like, I would probably have several more side games at this point if I were better a salesman. You know.
Yeah.
I think if you just made better games.
That's
Well, that might have something to do with it, but it's all about the
That's shit
salesmanship, I
game.
think.
Lance.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Don't wear it out.
Did you get to play many games, or were you mostly working?
Almost none, man. Like, it was such a like this thing all weekend. But yeah, I got to play like a few games. Got to play a couple of little party games, sitting around a table with the, like Chris Strain and
Oh,
them.
that's right. I forgot he won.
Yeah, and that was really nice to catch up with them. And I sat in the hot games room with Lance, and we didn't play a game.
No, we were just BSing, you know that.
We were just BSing, which was actually really
Did you
awesome.
get your VIP pass?
Oh,
Or
No,
did you
he
get
actually
a
he
ticket?
actually was for real.
Oh, he was a true patron. He bought a ticket.
did I?
Well, he
He
didn't really buy a
believes in
ticket.
BGG.
He did not buy a ticket, but like,
Oh, okay.
like they
he was an invited guest by Lance.
Yeah.
it was
I
kind
think
of funny.
Lance-
So like my daughter left to go to use the bathroom after
So
she had her
that's three at
VIP
least,
pass.
Scott.
And then she walked back in, and I forget who the gentleman was. He was a nice guy. But he
Well-
walked in and he stopped her. He was like, "Yeah, I don't think you can go back in." And she was just like, my dad's in there. And then Doris realized what was going on, and so then Doris was like, "Oh, it's fine. She can go."
Oh,
in."
was he asking for her card or whatever?
Yeah, and he was just like he was stopping her because like she had gone to use the bathroom and get a glass of water. And then Doris came over and she's like, "Yeah, so that guy like gave your daughter the business." And I was like, "Who just signed his own death warrant?"
He's doing his job. He's doing his
It's
job.
like- so, but it was funny. It was like I stood up and I walked over, and the guy was
We
standing
had a
there,
good team there, though. I mean, I feel
No,
like
no.
Oh, they were
and
really
and,
nice.
and to be fair, like I was like, "Hey, can I talk to you for a second?" I was just like, I gave him that. He looked like I was serious for like a second, so I had to make him feel. I was like, "Yeah, hey,
Get him
how
in
about
trouble.
you? Let's me and you go outside and talk about what's going on here."
Heard you
He's
give
like,
my daughter a hard time. Huh?
And I was like, I'm just messing with you, dude. It's just,
He was just doing his job.
we all laughed. We chuckled.
so. There was really no game of the show.
I mean,
Oh,
people
Cat in
were
the
super
Box,
excited about a few.
Turing Machine, Cat in the Box.
I mean, I heard a few people mention all those, but I don't think there's been a game that like everyone mentioned that I can think of.
It was no year of Seafall.
Right.
Remember the year Seafall came out?
Yeah,
wasn't there for that.
Everybody
I do
bought
remember
that.
that.
I paid $500 for my copy. It was a charity though.
Wow. Yeah.
What else happened there? Anything so?
There was a big old monster truck, but I never
Yeah,
saw.
and Lance, you did not get a picture with Bigfoot. I'm
So
so
here's the deal. I am not going to patronize this thing of like ruining
the Bigfoot name,
the Bigfoot name.
dragging the Bigfoot name through the mud.
Mhm.
Yeah, I am not going to allow
Literally.
that to like, it's like, oh, look, we're gonna just totally use the Bigfoot name and
Without paying any royalties.
without pay. Yeah, exactly. So,
So Cryptid Cafe also
Let's go on 2
not a
minutes.
fan.
Yeah.
I have all I can stands, and I can stands no more.
Did you get a picture with
the picture
truck?
with Grant? His picture is killer.
No,
was a
his
good one.
picture is pretty
He had the
awesome.
big foam one, right?
Were they letting people in there? I guess they were.
I think
they
he
probably-
sweet talked
it was
his
probably
way in.
special.
if you convince the people to let you in, let them
You
in.
know
He's like,
who
I've
I
got a big
am?
following.
He goes,
I'll
I'm
post
famous.
it.
I'm a famous comedian.
I'm
I'm,
a famous.
I'm a
comedian.
top-rated YouTuber or a TikToker.
TikTok.
Yeah. let me behind the rope. Let me in.
Yeah, because I'm sure they need the like, oh my gosh, thank goodness your TikTok people will finally know about the will finally know that Bigfoot, the monster truck, exists. It was a weird Gen Con. Like you said, there wasn't really a game of the con. Like, I think if that Twilight Inscription had been like released, they would have
Oh yeah, they would have sold out.
they would have sold a boatload of that.
And it's not even gonna be released till like November or something, right? It's like kind of late. I mean, here's the thing. I've looked at it and studied the rules and like looked at the video of Game Boy Geek, and I'm like, not for me. I already know it's not for me. It's a long game.
Also rolling right?
Yeah.
Alan Brown, Alan Eggs Brown, has said that there were dozens of games of the show. So,
Oh, there was dozens?
Well, that makes them not the game of the show, though, doesn't it?
Well,
by
all-
definition,
they were all up here instead of.
I mean, it's just like, we sold out of our Counter Rising in like 2 days. We sold out of After
Game of
the
the show.
Empire in a day and a half. Is that a game of the show?
You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't know.
Game that everybody talks about. There's always something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't think of just one. I mean, I saw, it's also my feed is, like a certain buzz circle, but I saw a lot of people talking about Andromeda's Edge.
But that wasn't for sale or anything.
What was Andromeda's
No,
Edge?
they were just like demoing.
That's the Dwellings of Elder Vale space game.
Dwellings of Elder Vale?
Yeah.
Oh,
Glory and Peter Vaughn.
Oh yeah, Peter Vaughn. We got a copy of the Dragon Flame or Flame Dragon or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Minecraft.
What's it called?
Dragoncraft or what is
You ever
it?
gonna play this guy?
What is it?
Oh, Lincoln.
Flamecraft, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure where it ended up.
Maybe they should call it Laycraft. No.
But that didn't make the show, right? It was they only had like 5 or 6 copies or
I
something.
think that's true, yeah. Because it was just getting out to backers like right now-ish.
I don't have my copy, by the way.
Fair.
Unless it's sitting downstairs unopened, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's currently being received by backers, so probably not everybody has it yet. I don't know, but
You don't know.
yeah, I found the Andromeda's Edge like placard by the gaming tables, and there was just empty tables, and I was like, false advertising. And then I turned around and looked behind me, and I was like, oh.
For me, the game of the
Okay.
show was seeing the people that I hadn't seen in a long, long time and
It's
being
not a
very
game.
happy to see them.
Yeah.
That's not a game.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun just spending time with people in the evenings.
Well, that's what cons are about.
Yeah, it was great.
Even
Yeah,
that board game
blast.
geek one.
I need even the board game one. I'm really looking forward to BGGCon because it's a little more like just hang out and play games,
Yeah.
I really-
It's chill.
Like I said, I'm gonna try for.
I
the
really
spring
look
one.
forward to you actually demoing your game and pushing some sales through at my
Always be closing. Evan,
Well,
always
if
be
you, if
closing.
you had more
Oh,
than 30
yeah.
copies on hand,
first
I would
place
definitely do it.
set of steak knives.
Second place. No, first place. Cadillac.
Link, yeah, Cadillac. Second place,
Second
set of
place,
steak-
set of
third
steak
place, you're fired.
Pink slip. Oh man, I don't want to watch that movie. So
Once
good.
everybody gets their copy, all the backers get their copy, then bring more to the show, and I'll do a demo or two for sure.
A demo or two. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
One or two, one or two.
That'll pay your way.
You're all heart.
They don't pay my way.
Oh,
I show up.
What you're
Um,
aren't you staying at? Are you staying at the BGGK? You're staying at the
Casa
Airbnb.
Casa de Grey
Casa
Fox.
de
Casa de Grey
Myerscough.
Nice.
Probably, yeah.
So that is kind of paying your
But
way
I
then,
don't
what
trade
you say.
labor for it. I trade dinner for it.
Well, you did go to that one. We did go to that really nice place or whatever.
Like last time, it was barbecue.
The barbecue was.
What
quite
was
good,
the
yeah.
steak place you went to? We can't remember, can we? Or you don't remember the name of it?
that I was at.
There wasn't some steak place with a cigar bar or something.
Oh, I went
Well,
to a
there
cigar
was
bar.
there was there
Shane,
was a
Shane
late.
brought me to a cigar bar.
He
I
got
can't do
he
that.
got trashed.
Shane, no.
Well, at last BGG Con.
No,
Okay.
like at Gen Con, he and
Did he?
yeah,
know how
no,
you can
like
operate
I saw him the next day and like he could barely talk and I was out until 4 a.m. and I was like,
Oh, that was a cigar bar, but it
It's
wasn't.
getting old
It
for
was
that
he,
shit.
he wasn't trashed like alcohol. It's just a cigar smoke.
yeah, it doesn't sound fun to me at all.
Yeah, no.
No, but
A nice smoke cigar once in a while, but I can't.
we were
Don't
sitting
do
around
that.
with one of the folks there was the president of one of the board game companies who said, "Hey, as opposed to Lance, I think After the Empire looks like a pretty good game.
This shit game again?
You should pitch me
Yes.
whatever you brought." And I said, "Okay." So then just hanging out with Shane got me several pitches.
You didn't give Shane right of first refusal on those stuff?
He's got right of first refusal on everything, but he hates all the games.
He does. I
He's like-
will.
he's like,
So
"This
it
is
works
back you
out.
up on that.
Yeah.
This is garbage. That's garbage. This is garbage.
There are very few things that he enjoys. He
Yeah. If it was up to me, we never would have printed After the Empire. This is
This-
garbage.
well, I don't think he's ever said that. But
No, well, no, but I do like putting words in his mouth.
yeah, no, he's weird like that. Yeah, I don't know what this is.
I'm excited to
Uh,
play a game with him where he's like, "I like this game. I want to see what that game is."
Is he like?
I
Lance?
still
Does-
remember. I still remember when they ran After the Empire on Whatchamajig for the very first time on Kickstarter the first time, and like he was just annoyed that it wasn't doing better.
Yeah.
Like, and he was just and that was like, and I remember I was even working for the company at that point. I said Shane, nobody's gonna like this game until they see it on a table. I was like, it's just it
One of them
isn't
games,
like
yeah.
if you tell somebody, yeah, it's worker placement tower defense, they're gonna be like, ugh.
That's how I am.
So worker placement with
Ugh.
so you want me to play worker placement with Castle Panic. Yeah, that's what they're gonna say. That's what they're gonna think, and that's not
Right.
accurate.
That's what I
right?
think.
Right.
So it's just like, but what was why did people get excited about the game? Because we had a table and it was set up and people saw it. They were like,
Mhm.
the only thing we should have done differently is we should have put a second castle out with
Oh yeah.
because people are always like, so everybody's got to defend this castle. I was like, no.
Oh right. Yeah, I did have to say that all the time. No. Everybody gets one.
Oh, because you
cool.
didn't know if you had your own castle or not,
Yeah, we just put one out.
right?
Yeah,
No,
man,
I should
BGG
say
Con,
we.
I'll run some
You.
demos at BGG Con.
You who set up the thing in the first place, you, Evan.
What?
Ooh.
All right. Do you guys do a booth at PGG Con? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Usually. Okay.
Well, I hope so, since I gave you some money for it.
I don't keep track of these things.
Yeah. I don't know
I
that.
got people for that.
Right.
I
Scott, I
told
got
you
an
what-
idea for the hot games room this at BGG.
Oh, please. Tell
You
us.
know the paddles at the Brazilian steakhouses with the
Yes.
green and red?
Yes.
You put them out for people like Lance who, once you say leave me alone, they just flip it to red and the people know to go away. How's that?
Put Lance's face on it.
Or the Bob or
Hey, I'll tell you this.
Bigfoot.
I'll tell you this. If you run the BGG auction again, I would run that. You need to go back to doing the charity auction.
We do. Oh, live.
Yeah.
I feel like it doesn't get enough money, man.
Really?
I don't know, man. I was at
I
that
want like
day-
10
I-
grand. I mean, I always want like 10 grand. I mean, like, it's been way under lately. And the live one, I don't remember exactly what we were making, but I think we crossed 10 grand on that first one.
Online. Or in person.
No, the first one was live in person, but that was for Big Brother, Big Sister.
Yeah.
And then I think we did the next year. I don't remember the numbers. I mean, I'm running out of stuff. That's the problem. I mean, good stuff. Like people donate stuff, but it's like the good stuff brings in the real money.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Although I do have a game collection that is sitting there collecting dust in the building.
you do.
It's when I moved, I haven't moved any of those things back.
Oh.
Like I'm not gonna take them back because now I have no room. I'm out of room again, by the way. So I'm not gonna. I don't know what to do with those games. I have to figure out what to do with them.
Yeah.
Throw them out the window.
Auction.
Throw them out the window.
I really wish I could enjoy my game collection though. Like I just don't play enough.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Nobody does, man.
Yeah,
What's
They-
your
I mean-
number one game that you want to play off your shelf
the number one game I want to play.
that you haven't played? That you have.
Oh, that I haven't played?
Yeah.
I've never played Macau.
Bring it, man.
Really?
Let's play the BGG.
We've got it in the library.
Well, at this
Yeah.
point, it's you just got to
Okay,
play
let's
the
do
new
it.
one, which
What's
I've
the
heard
new
is
one?
better.
What's the new one?
Isn't
Is
that
that
the one that's
Hamburg?
it's
or-
New York? Isn't it New York?
Yeah, I mean like and they just call it the same name.
Because they changed just enough of it so they don't have to.
So they can make a recopy, remake.
Yeah, man. If you got it in the library, let's play it at BGG Con.
Okay.
Scott got almost
Oh,
everything.
Macau
in
is
the
a very good
library.
felt.
I like the looks of it when I saw it back in the day. But I never got to play it.
It's good.
It's good.
I've never played it either.
It's
so-
it's
It
no
does
in the
not
Year of the
suck.
Dragon, but
No, Year of the Dragon.
It's no in
I
the
don't
Year
really
of the
like Year of
Dragon.
the Dragon. I don't like the well, I mean
It's 'cause
it
you're
has a lot in
scared.
common with After the Empire.
In what way?
It's a sustenance game where you have to just survive. and try to
Uh,
survive. You don't really
I
get
played
anywhere.
that one.
What's up?
In the Year of the Dragon is unforgiving.
Yeah, it just keeps hammering you.
Yeah.
Well, there is one reprieve. Like there's one, I think there's like one season where you don't get hit or something. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I
Man.
played that one.
It sounds like I'd love it.
Yeah, I don't
You
think I
probably
played
would.
that one.
You might learn a thing or two from the designer Stefan
Yeah,
Feld.
Yeah.
Evan.
He
Plays
does
was-
that
other
hack
people's
know?
games once in a while.
If I made half
I-
as good as games
He's a
as
great
Stefan
guy too,
Feld,
by the way. He was
I'd
the
be-
nicest
I'd be
guy.
pretty
Is he?
good.
Yeah,
Gen
I mean,
Con
no,
that year?
I will agree.
I was
with
like, you're
you.
he's like a teddy bear. Yeah,
Really?
like a 10-foot tall teddy bear.
Yeah, he is a big.
Tall.
He's about 7 foot,
Oh, wow.
Mm.
close to it. If I mean, probably not 7.
I think he's like 6'5", but yeah, he's a
That's pretty
tall
tall.
gentleman
He's a tall person.
Oh, did he?
He's a tall man.
and very nice.
Yeah, I don't think I.
Oh yeah, could be nicer.
And
Very,
I've told,
very like.
I have told this story before, and I'll tell it again. As I was standing in front of talking to him, and I was having him sign my copy of Merlin that I just picked up from the Queen Games booth. I mentioned to him that he's like, oh, which of my games do you like the most? And I said, I really like In the Year of the Dragon. And he said, that's one of my favorite designs I've ever done. And I was like, good. And then he said, well, what's another game that you enjoy? And I was like, I really like Macau. And he said, oh, and then I was like, yeah, it's too, I traded my copy away. I feel so stupid. It's like, I wish somebody would reprint it. And then at that moment, both
Rajiv popped up.
Rajiv was just like, oh, he's like, which game? And I said, Macau. And he said,
Oh, so you
"Hmm."
influenced that? You think?
And he's like, you really like it? And I said, yeah, I really like that game. It's probably my second favorite Feld.
He
He's
knew
like,
he
he
was
said,
gonna redo it.
and then he said, why? And he said, why haven't we reprinted that one? And he's like, we should talk about that. So I was the reason.
He already.
was the
Come
reason.
on, he already knew that. They were gonna,
Why do you got to try to ruin it for me?
Why are
can't
you
I just
pissing his
say-
Cheerios, Scott?
Lance, you're okay. Well, you are. Then we have you to thank for the Macau reprint.
Thank
welcome,
you,
Lance.
Lance.
You're welcome. You're
I
welcome.
appreciate that.
Thank you, Lance. Always looking out for the
Thanks, man.
for the
And
average
now
gamer.
I get to play it at BGG Con.
BGG. That damn. I am shooting for spring, Scott. Like I said, well,
Shooting for next spring.
yeah, the
That'd
spring
be
con.
fun.
Although I
God
inadvertently,
dang, man! I want COVID to be fucking over. I'm so sick of it.
Mhm.
I
Well-
inadvertently told Jen about a certain Alaskan trip around July 4th next year. So she might want to go on that. The boat instead.
That's right, we're going to Alaska next year.
Yeah.
Alaska's a good time. I like that.
She
I
wants
like
to
that
cruise again.
cruise.
She wants to cruise again, and I would like to see Alaska. Yeah. I've never been up there.
It's
I've
awesome.
never been to the West Coast, even Portland.
The
or
oxygen
wherever
level is
goes
way
at.
higher too, which is
Oh,
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah.
Is it?
Do you feel like you can like walk?
I felt
farther?
like more, yeah, you feel like more just energized.
Energized?
Interesting.
Now, where did they go up to the glaciers and all that, Scott, or no? They just go up to the
We
ports?
didn't go to, we walked down, we hiked a trail. To see the Mendenhall Glacier.
Hmm.
So, but if you hike the full trail and you can get you don't get close to it, but you can see it in the distance, and it's an awesome vista. It's like really awesome.
Okay.
But you only stay there. They're like, we got to go. Like you got to get there and back in an hour, and it's a half-hour hike like each way. So it's a bit of a walk.
They're cutting it close. Yeah.
I might not even want to do that myself.
I heard that.
So you're basically like, you got to hustle. You hustle down there, and then you get there, and you got 10 minutes.
Right.
And then I'm like, man, I really just don't want to leave this early. Like,
Looks cool. Well,
yeah, it's like it's a whole Wally World thing, like Grand Canyon.
See you later.
Okay, great.
get in the car.
Let's go.
Where's the dog?
Yeah, the glacier is really, really cool. I mean, the glaciers are all awesome in Alaska. They're really, really. It'll be sad to see them go.
Yeah.
We'll just
I
make
heard
new ones in the
they're,
Ice Age.
I heard
Yeah.
they're doing a lot of things with the ships up there. Something with the speed limits on some of these ships by the glaciers, where they're like switching them around. I don't know exactly why, but yeah, they're doing a lot of things up there in Alaska.
And I mean, I don't know what we're doing on the script, but there's one day where you pull up to a glacier and they just spin the boat around for like an hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
awesome. Every view is just spectacular.
Sounds
I didn't think I was going to be that into it, but I really was.
Really? Are you going to do both weeks?
No, I learned my lesson.
Yeah.
I'm not a 2-week cruiser. I'm a 1-week cruiser. 2 weeks was too much.
I'm
for me.
sure. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm talking to Jen about it.
Okay.
If not, I would like to get down the spring out to the con.
That'd be fun too.
Yeah. Have a drink with you in person.
The muffin stuck in my throat.
Force you to
I almost
walk.
died. It's fine.
Oh,
I was like,
Good. Crisis averted.
BGG Spring is like the.
You can't come.
I know.
You can't ever
You
come in.
can't-
You go to
can't
you go to some lake house or some shit.
You can't go.
It's Memorial Day weekend.
Memorial Day.
Yeah, it's like that's
Yeah.
the lake, man.
I prefer to go to the spring before the fall, just because it's smaller. Yeah. I am gimpy, you know.
It's sort of growing though, unfortunately. It's losing a little bit of its homey feel. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's still fun.
right.
Just it's starting to feel more like the old fall.
Hmm.
Is it okay?
It's like closing in on 2,000 people.
Are you going to cap it?
I want to.
No, I meant the
Push that
venue
hotel to the
size.
limits is not that fun. What's that?
Oh, yeah.
I meant the venue size. You know, I know the hotel.
You know, it's the hotel in the airport. Have you been to that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been to the new one.
Oh, the new one. Yeah, the new one's huge.
Yeah, I know what the old one's like.
It felt a little empty, even though there was like 2,000 people there. Felt a little empty.
How many are you expecting, compared to last BGG coming up here in November? Or what do you
I don't
expect
know.
this year?
We stalled out on our tickets. I mean, there's still like 500 or 600 tickets. I can't remember. There's actually quite a few tickets left.
Yeah.
5 or 6.
Out of how many?
I don't remember. Hold on. I have to look that up. Yeah. You'd
Look
think the
it
person
up.
running the convention would know.
Nah.
You would think
You
that.
have
but
people for that.
I just
we
don't.
know it's
My
Scott.
brain is gone, man. I mean, it's
It's the drugs,
got
Scotty.
people
It's
for
the
that.
drugs.
When I give somebody else a task, it's just out of my brain. I'm done.
Yeah, that's what I mean, I have to.
I'm like, oh, that's taken care of. Next. Next thing. And then if that other thing doesn't happen, then it's real bad because I'm not monitoring.
I don't like this system. Well, I like the system. I don't
You
like.
made it, didn't you?
But there's a. I can't just see like how many badges do we sell? We don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me see. 2,000. We sold 2,100 badges.
Yeah.
which?
And what was the attendance last year? Do you remember?
That would
For
be a good
spring
thing.
or
I'm
for
asking you all the
BGG
hard
Con?
questions
BGG Con.
for the fall. Yeah.
I don't remember. Maybe.
So you sold 2,100 badges already for
For the fall.
November?
Yeah.
What about spring?
We don't. Those are not on sale yet.
Not up yet. Yeah.
Ah. So wait a minute, you don't put them up for spring, even though no, spring's next year. Never mind. I'm an idiot.
They're 6
Moving
months
on.
apart. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
6 months apart.
If
I
you
don't
say
know.
so.
Nobody.
Some
Um,
Spaceballs.
Yeah, actually, it's an old song. Who
Well,
the
I
hell
know.
is that? Yeah. It's something one of the bosses I used to work with used to sing.
Oh yeah.
Then you always hurt the one you love.
I think the first time I heard it was Princess Vespa singing it.
Okay.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's all crazy.
It's Spaceballs, man.
Yeah.
With who is that? Bill Pullman and Rick Moranis,
Rick Moranis, yeah.
John
Well, I
Candy.
do remember that.
John
And then
Candy.
the whole it's your
You don't remember
I'm
the
your
purchase?
father's brother's best friend's stepsister's roommates. What does that make us? Absolutely nothing.
Exactly.
You don't remember the princess singing "Nobody Knows"?
Yeah,
No.
she was caught in a cell,
Oh yeah.
and they came in to save her, and she was
Yeah,
like,
she was doing some kind of
nobody knows the
hard
color
time
of
in
you,
the
nobody knows my sorrow. And they were like, oh, she sings bass.
I need to watch that movie again. I think I saw it as a kid and I don't know if I got all the jokes.
What, Spaceballs?
Saw
Yeah.
it. I think I saw it about like 5
There's
or
a
10
lot of
years
the old
ago.
Mel Brooks movies. I feel like I saw them too young. I need to like
Right.
Yeah.
Blazing Saddles I saw in my adult life and then like okay, I way more appreciated it as an adult.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
you know,
hear you.
Frankenstein,
Yeah.
but I have not gone to
Frankenstein.
some of those other movies.
Oh yeah, right.
Like I said, I started watching the Star Trek movies. They had a director's cut of the original Star Trek motion picture.
What do you think of that?
I couldn't tell the difference.
Exactly.
You know?
It's a longer sequence through the V'ger or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
Oh really?
I actually had to watch a YouTube video to compare, because
It's not worth it.
it's been so long since I've seen the
'Cause,
original version. It
when
didn't-
Spock is going through and there's like all those color, it's all that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a longer sequence. Did
But
you guys
then-
ever see?
He's in a jetpack.
Yeah.
I'm the
Oh.
weirdo that I actually really enjoy the original Star Trek.
I enjoy the motion
but I don't
picture,
think it's good.
I appreciated seeing it again as a little, and I noticed that with all the original 6, is it? That I think that's what I'm up to. I'm up to the one before the
All the evil
generation
ones are good
ones.
and the odd ones are bad.
But
Which one had the whales?
4.
4,
It was
yeah.
4? Okay.
Great.
Yeah, it was great. It was awesome.
But I noticed what Star
5
Trek.
is terrible.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Five is
I've
not
had
good.
enough of you.
Yeah.
Isn't that
That's
the
3.
five?
No, that's 3. That's 3.
Oh, that's 3.
I have had enough
Oh yeah.
of you.
It kicks him in the face.
Kicks him in the face.
Killed him in a second. The stupid
Christopher
stupid
Lloyd.
build-up ever.
Christopher
Yeah.
Lloyd holding onto his leg. But when you think of it, what a great line too. After the guy like has been tormenting him the entire episode, killed his son, had his son killed, and just like dangling off the edge of a cliff that's like plummeting to like lava.
Yeah.
Just
I've
kicking you
had
in the
enough
face.
of you.
I have kick enough of you.
Yeah, they were like, how did they come up with that dialogue? They must have really worked hard on it.
I don't know.
Z's.
I was
I
like,
just thought
I think that was a
was-
one take.
It was
Yeah.
just really weird with Christopher
Awesome.
Lloyd being the head Klingon.
Also, what was the deal with those grubs that turned into monsters?
Yeah, that was weird.
Like they went nowhere. I went
I don't know
nowhere.
if I saw this one.
You
The
have.
search
Star
for
Trek
Spock.
3, the
number
Search for
Search for
three.
Spock.
Spock, baby.
Oh, all
Yeah.
right, I've seen it. Yeah.
Well,
I just
where
It
the
just,
I don't
grubs-
remember.
there's nothing there. It's terrible.
Weren't the
That's
girls
awful.
supposed to be like microbes that were on the casket? And then
I know.
jet
but
is
they
just
just
cooked them
giant
up.
monsters, and then the guy like he's struggling with like a puppet. You know, like he's like, and
it
he
was
chokes.
the
it or
80s.
something. Squeezes
Is
it
that the
in
one
there.
that's like a lizard man that he's choking?
No, it's like a big worm.
Yeah.
Okay.
me see if I
The
can find
spikes.
Let me see if I can find a screenshot of it. I'm not gonna be able to find a screen.
Did you guys ever see the original Blade Runner, like before they did the
Which
director's
version
cut?
of them? There's like 6
Boring.
of them.
For me, it's boring.
It had like the inner monologue that they later took
Yeah,
out.
it's no, it did.
I
The
don't.
original one didn't have the inner.
Oh, it didn't have the inner monologue.
Yeah.
They added it in.
Yeah,
I've only
I
seen
like
it
the
once.
one.
I don't remember.
I like the
first.
one with the inner monologue. I forget which one's which.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of
yeah.
that.
The
one
inner.
either, Scott.
It's got the voiceover in the.
Yeah, I really like the voice.
The director's cut has no monologue. I fell asleep so many times watching that thing too.
Yeah, but the director's cut's the only one that like you can find.
Oh really? You can't find
Yeah,
you can't find the one with the voiceovers,
or at least not when I was looking.
or is the director? I don't know what the director's cut is. Maybe that's the one. I don't know.
Yeah, one of them has.
One of them has the
voiceover.
voiceover, one does not.
Yeah. And I
If
think
you're a
the-
if you're a Laserdisc aficionado, you could get both of them
right?
for like $100.
Dare to dream.
Back when $100 meant something.
That's something.
Dare to dream. So what am I walking into on this Rob's gaming table? Does he say that I'm horrible at describing my own game, or just
He
how
says
good,
No. No, he does not say that.
just
Son of
just
a-
how
He
good
does say-
Roy was?
He said Roy does a better job, did a better job as a developer. That's all.
That's fair. That's fair.
Let me see if I can find it if you want me to find the
I
timestamp.
was like, should I steal myself?
Those guys went all in, man. They got a lot of games. They went through.
On our way
Did
home,
they?
sold by it. Well, getting tricked. Tiny box, but this is like, what do you want? I don't.
Did you give them any games, Lance?
The room's
What
exploding.
now? Ooh, the
Did
what
you
now?
give the Rob's gaming table any games?
I don't know.
Playing on the
Maybe.
channel?
Did they stop by my booth and ask?
I'm playing it live on the channel.
I think so.
I just like cards.
I mean, if they did, I might have. But it was one of those things where I was like, if it's something that I'm going to sell, I'm going to keep it because my boss likes money now and not
What you want for each hand.
and not like maybe you doing a video will get me money later.
Name bosses.
Oh, look at this. Rob's gaming table. Mike Deach is a patron and YouTube member. I know Mike.
Oh, the Mike Deach.
You don't know Mike
The-
Deach,
Yeah, it's quite the get.
right?
Wait, they're good.
I'm being facetious.
Oh,
Um,
I'll have to watch that.
Oh,
You doing what now?
Oh, I was just searching for that Rob's gaming table video. I think I found it.
It's like a 4-hour video. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
You
4
signed
hours.
it. You signed it.
4 hours, 7 minutes.
Actually, I'll give you the timestamp if you want to bring it up.
Okay, yeah.
2 hour 40.
2 hour 40.
2 hours.
2 hour
I think
40
that's
is
where they
what?
start talking.
A
2 hours and 40
minute
minutes.
I'll give you a
into
time.
that.
I'll give you a link.
2 hour 40-minute tour.
Yeah, he was all over Gen Con, Rob. So was Forrest, in his usual way.
Did Forrest do his streaming? I didn't. even-
Yeah, I saw
saw
him like
Forrest.
he did a ton of like YouTube shorts. that
Yeah, they were
like
quick ones.
Oh, I
he
hate
Oh,
those.
sweet.
tried.
Thanks.
He tried really, really hard.
Yeah.
You want to share your screen? I guess he could copyright claim you, Lance. But
What's that? Oh,
if you
Well,
share
Rob.
his video, yeah, he won't. I don't think he would care.
are you gonna
Yeah, I
share?
don't think it would be either.
Are you gonna play it?
I don't even know what it is. Just what is it?
It's
It's
after
what
the
he said
Empire
about
session.
Evan.
It's we're talking about Evan.
I'm nervous.
A shield. He
Let's
is
let's
not.
watch it. I want to see it.
All right.
I don't think it's nothing bad. It's not. It's fine.
It's
At least
fine.
I don't
It's
remember
fine.
it being bad.
It's
Right.
fine.
I've
Or
only
bad.
ever actually seen
It's
one
fine.
like review thing that was
Oh,
actually hurtful. Everything
fine,
else was
God,
just
just-
like, all right,
just-
all right, that's
Fine.
fine.
Share screen.
Oh yeah. Crushing his hopes and dreams.
Right.
my-
It's just one of her dreams. It's fine.
It's fine.
No big deal.
Fine.
No, yeah, Lance. Gray Fox always has first right of refusal on pretty much everything.
Can't hear it.
Can't hear him.
Ah, just
Son of
you.
Son
Just-
of a-
So annoying.
so annoying.
What do you mean you can't hear it?
Can't hear it.
Well, it's not
You-
playing now, but
No, but when you couldn't hear anything.
yeah, when you were playing it, we couldn't hear
You couldn't hear it.
over the.
Are you sharing the audio?
Well, now I can't. What the hell? Why isn't this working? See, this is why I don't do these things.
Stop sharing, then start it again with the sharing the video.
Well,
Oh,
if I could find the button to say stop sharing, I would.
it's okay.
But now I can't.
I'm sure you can find it.
Sure.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh. Yeah. Welcome to technology, folks.
Shut up. All right. So where's my thing where share screen, advanced sharing options? Who can share? One participant can share at a time. That's not the
When you
audio.
choose the screen, it tells you share audio as well. When you
No, it
pick the
doesn't.
screen, it does.
Maybe in your world.
You want me to do it?
It would have been easier.
But
Oh,
this
look,
is
it's got an
one
audio
that I
symbol
had
there, too.
where I got to meet the designer of this.
There we go.
Can
we
you
can
hear it
him.
now?
Came to me
Barely.
a while
Yeah,
ago.
he's loud, but we can hear him.
He got interrupted by some other designer at the booth. Somebody you may know, this guy named Roy. He's on another YouTube channel called The Tower of Dices, I think it's called. I'm just kidding. Dice Tower. Spiky hair, tattoos. Roy, I think it's candidate. I might be saying that completely wrong and pronouncing it wrong. I don't know how it's pronounced, but I looked it up after. I forgot his last name, but Roy came over and explained this game to us, told us how much he loved it, and started explaining it better than the developer or the designer explained the game. But this is a game I've wanted
Sorry.
ever since I read about this game being fantasy themed.
Signed.
Oh, you signed it.
I guess fantasy too. And tower defense.
Oh, yeah, this guy
which I
paid
love
for it.
Tower defense stuff. But this is after the Empire. I've always thought this looked cool. I've always told Mel I want this game. It's by Gray Fox Games, and the designer even signed the copy for us after he chatted with us for a while. Super cool. Evan Halbert, thank you for taking the time and chatting with us and explaining your game, and even explaining about your game that people didn't like. To be honest with us, whether we would like it in our collection or even to play it on the channel.
What are you saying?
He
What
told us,
people,
like,
what
He's
people
trying to-
don't like about it?
He's trying to kill the sale, Lance.
To warn us that maybe it's not for us. And you guys know I love doing that when I talk about games. It's kind of like I'll tell you why I love a game, but I also tell you like things that could be better or maybe might scare some people away. And this guy was like, this Evan right here was not afraid to tell us the bad side of his game, like from certain people's perspectives, to kind of warn us like before we dropped like over $100 on his game. So we bought this one. This is
I
one
didn't
I
scare him
bought.
away.
I just said he bought it.
Channel, but I've just wanted it in my collection. I just thought it looked
Didn't
super
hear you.
cool. And they had the big box deluxe version there, which obviously for a game like this to have cubes versus little army men, those are the kind of upgrades I'm down with.
Yeah.
But it is like a worker placement, Euro scorekeeping board in the middle, but then you have your own boards, kind of a la like Arc Nova or whatever, where you're building your little.
Oh, look at that.
castle
Somebody
and
caught
upgrading
it.
your walls
What did
and
he say
naming them and
wasn't
stuff,
liked
or you're
about it?
doing
I've had my
tactical
eyes on it. Well,
armies.
you just lost a sale there. Thanks, Evan.
Done.
Thanks, Evan.
I told you I'm not a good salesman.
Your victory points, so the more gold you're
Just-
spending on things, like, the more you're spending your victory points.
At
So there's just,
BGG Con, when you work in the booth, you will you'll be there opening up boxes for us. Just shut your mouth.
You mean Box Monkey?
We box book, it's signing copies. That's all he does.
This game is perfect. Everyone likes it. There's nothing anyone dislikes about it.
So
Yeah, well, that's cool that you tell people it may not be a game for them. Yeah.
Ray Fox Games, they're published Champions of Midgard worker placement game. It's like the first worker placement I fell in love with. That's what drew me into the whole thing.
92.
And yeah, it's got that aesthetic to it. And yeah, but it's got the tower defense little fun thing going on too. And like everyone's kind of battling against the same things, and like random armies are coming out and attacking and stuff. I don't know.
Cool.
I think it's solo. I thought
I
it had
think he said it. You can play solo. Yeah. Oh,
You
it's
can play
solo.
solo.
I don't
There's
know.
a solo expansion.
like, why wouldn't you be able to play solo and just? I guess
Maybe it's not balanced for solo. Maybe you have to still play two.
no, but you're just.
Is there a
playing by
solo
yourself,
variant?
working on score competing.
Yeah, it's like a little
You can solo probably in a-
$15 little mini expansion where you're
Oh.
playing against a little action deck kind of thing.
Okay.
I'm
little
Evan.
Atoma.
Whatever you do, don't buy my game.
Don't buy my shit game. Please don't.
Well, I like people to get things that they like, man. You know, when they're going to blow. a
Yeah,
bunch
you
of
don't want
money.
them to hate, then
Yeah.
especially the guy with a YouTube channel.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I
did
didn't
you even
realize
know he
had a
was?
YouTube channel
Yeah.
at the time, but
Did you care? I mean,
What's that?
We didn't
would
know.
you care if he did? If you did?
well,
know?
no, I just I want people to
Yeah.
drop money on games they like that they're more likely to like than less likely to like.
I
even
think
if-
that's good of you. Lance would
I don't
disagree
know.
with me, but I think that's nice of you.
Maybe that's what makes me a bad salesman. I don't know.
Mm, Kinda.
Oh, this product's not for you. Yeah, I
Not for-
wouldn't.
yeah,
I wouldn't buy it.
Sure, Henry Ford
said
did the
sell me
same
that
thing.
Sell me that
No, Henry Ford said things like you can have
Black.
you
black
can
or
have the Model T in any color you want as long as it's black.
Right?
Oh, I watched it was about the Woodstock 99.
Oh, what about it?
Oh yeah, there's a new documentary.
There's a documentary. I'm trying to
It's like
remember
3 parts.
yeah, I think it was on HBO.
Netflix.
Cinemax. Netflix. Yeah.
Is it HBO? I can't remember.
I can't remember, but that was a wild scene.
It was
Like
a disaster.
I remember it, but like I didn't remember it being as bad as this documentary.
No, because there was nobody covering it. Right. It was
Yeah.
before the internet.
right.
Not really before the internet, but before really
You had,
really commercialized internet.
you had MTV. I remember that.
MTV did their thing.
And then I remember something on the news maybe after the fires.
Yeah, it ended in a fire and a riot, and
Yeah.
because it was profit. What do they call it? Profit stock or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Woodstock, profit stock.
Yeah, it was nice. They were charging like $7 a bottle of water back in the
$4 for
'90s.
$4 for a bottle of water.
Oh no, it was 7. I seen the
Oh,
sign.
7?
Yeah,
Oh.
back in the '90s. On day like, I think it was day 2 or 3. Yeah, they jacked the
It
prices
was
up.
really hot, and it was like in the middle of an airbase, like a military.
Yeah,
base,
you're on tarmac.
and it was on tarmac, so you get that radiate heat coming
Mm-hmm.
from the bottom. My God, I can imagine people.
Passing out. Yeah,
How I would have fucking died.
yeah, it was nuts.
I mean, I have no desire to go to Woodstock or any of that crap, but
I would have to watch that.
It sounds cool, but yeah, I didn't hear any bad stories.
well, the
so who
Woodstock
knows?
'94 was what was the first?
Yeah, '94.
What was the mud slides?
Yeah, they got washed
Yeah.
out.
People
They
were
got-
like swimming in mud and like
Mhm.
poop.
Oh,
People,
no,
so
yeah.
they broke through the gate.
Well, that
Like,
was the big
so-
thing. Yeah, they had those weird. They basically they didn't prevent people from.
Yeah, there was
in.
basically people could get in, and it was like they lost so much money because no one paid for the ticket.
And that's why they moved to the military base because
And it was a military base because you
Yeah.
could secure it with
Yeah.
the perimeter, and
So
it's a
there
good
was a Woodstock-
documentary, actually. Yeah, I mean,
There was a
Yeah.
Woodstock in '94 and '99.
I think
Yeah, there was
so.
a
I think it was
25th
25.
and the I'm sorry, not the 25th.
The heck was I doing?
Woodstock. I think it was Woodstock '94.
99 was like the big year, and the 94 was like the odd year. I
They had
forget, was it-
350,000 people attend.
yeah,
Well,
I think 99 was the 30th year
Hmm.
or
That sounds
20th year
right.
rather.
sounds right. 69. That
No, it was
sounds right.
69 was the first.
69. Okay, yeah,
That sounds right.
I couldn't remember. It was 69. Yeah, so
There's only 200,000 in the '99.
200,000. Wow.
Yeah. Still a shit ton of people.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Look, it
Either
just
way,
looked
that's a lot of
miserable.
people.
It did.
Looked miserable.
It did. And
And
then all
like-
that other stuff.
And the lineup was, they were saying the lineup was kind of like drawing a certain type of crowd. You know,
Yeah.
it was Limp Bizkit and
Corn.
and I'm trying to remember that.
Kid Rock.
Kid Rock, yeah. Yeah.
Cheryl Crow in the middle of all that.
A lot of heavier bands back.
Did the ba the dang diggy diggy?
Ah,
Where's
with
Counting
the
Crows
ah,
now?
da-dang, da-dang.
It was Rage Against the Machine, Limp Bizkit, Metallica,
Oh, nice.
Chili
Red Hot-
Peppers.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, Willie Nelson, Brian Setzer, Everlast, Elvis
Huh.
Costello, Jewel. I would.
Just sounds like a pretty sweet lineup.
That's pretty. Yeah, some sweet lineups. Counting Crows, Dave Matthews Band, and Alanis Morissette,
Lenith.
Tragically Hip,
Bush.
Gene,
I like the Tragically Hip.
James
I've never
Brown,
even heard of them. James Brown,
Jamiroquai,
James Brown, yeah.
G Love and Special
Yeah.
Sauce,
of course.
Live, Sheryl Crow, DMX, The Offspring, Corn, Bush. That's the main stage.
Were they
Tons of others.
throwing copper at all?
That would be live, yeah. During their
D
return.
Love and Special Sauces.
Something lightning. What was the lightning crashes?
Lightning crashes.
Actually sounds like a pretty sweet concert.
That was the music I was listening to back then. Except for was not listening to Limp Bizkit or much
No.
Corn or anything like that.
No, I didn't listen to that
And
stuff.
no Metallica. I mean, God, such posers.
Posers.
In the 90s, they were. Lance,
They
you
were
have to admit
not.
it.
You're trying to get my goat.
Here, let me just tell you, Load was the only album I bought of Metallica. That should tell you something.
Well,
That was 99 or 98. My friends made fun of me, made fun of Metallica because they're like, oh, even Aldi bought it. That was 1996. Even Aldi bought it. That should tell you something.
Load has one of my favorite Metallica songs of all time, though. It has the song "Bleeding Me," which is just which is a really, really. I mean, like I don't even listen to the lyrics. I just like the guitars and the drums are just super heavy and just yeah. That was a song to kill somebody to.
Yeah.
Always looking for another good one of those.
Yeah, you know, just a little something.
So that was the Woodstock 99 documentary is pretty interesting. There's a couple of documentaries about it, but this one,
Yeah, there is. Yeah, but this 3-parters. This is
it's 3 parts. Yeah,
I just watched Prey. That was.
I gotta watch Prey. I've heard both good and average results.
There's a
Prey.
couple things like you'll see. There's
Is
a
it Predator?
whole. Yeah,
it's a Predator movie.
I like what they did. They're of course it's at Disney, so they got a message, and they beat you over the head with that for.
It's on Hulu, I thought.
Yeah, but they still own it by Disney.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple CGI things that are iffy, and there was this one scene you'll see, Lance. It involves a snake and a rat. You'll see. I thought that was a little
Snake and the rat.
Yeah, and a bug. It's
like Anaconda.
Nah, you'll see. It's
where they squeeze John Voight.
Yeah,
nothing like that.
Will I see?
But I did like they had like little Easter eggs through all the movies, the Predator movies, the first, second, third, and fourth.
There's more than one Predator movie.
Yeah, but I like this. This is probably up there with the second one with me. Yeah,
up there. Okay.
Yeah, above 3 and 4.
I had no idea there was that many Predators.
There's a couple Alien and Predator movies too.
Alien versus Predator.
Yeah. But my stepfather loved.
My movies statement still stands. There's no good movies anymore.
No good movies.
Although those were probably pretty old.
Yeah.
Like Predator, back in the was that 80s? That was like
late 80s. Yeah.
Predator.
When was Predator? I mean,
late
was it
80s or early 89, I think. 87, 89, something like that.
87.
Yeah.
that sounds right.
That was my stepfather's
16.
favorite movie. He knew it word by word.
Oh, dude.
Which
I
movie?
watched
Was that a
it.
rated R?
Predator, the original.
Was that a
Oh,
Yeah,
rated
it was-
Predator
I think
original
it was
movie
R.
is fantastic.
Yeah.
Did
I
you know
watched
that
it a lot.
they brought Frank Black on to? He was the first guy killed by the Predator. He was the guy with the glasses.
Yeah.
They brought him in
From the Pixies?
From the
No,
Pixies,
no.
yeah.
Is
Shane Black.
Shane
Shane
Black,
Black?
Shane.
Shane Black.
They brought him in basically and hired him to act, and then had him punch up the script because the script was horrible.
Yeah, he wrote
Yeah.
Lethal Weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
he
so
wrote
they
quite a
got kind of
few
like
movies.
they said
He
they got
also
a
wrote The
twofer.
Last Boy Scout with David Arnott.
Yeah.
And he wrote and
I didn't know he did
directed
that one.
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which is fantastic.
Still need to watch that. I have not seen it.
And he also the Nice Guys with Baby
Oh.
Goose and
Couldn't get through that movie.
oh man, it's so good.
Oh, who was it?
Ryan Reynolds.
Gosling and
Not Clive Owen.
Nice guys. Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe.
There you go.
Yeah,
Ryan,
Russell
Ryan
Crowe.
Reynolds, right?
No, it
No,
wasn't Ryan Reynolds. It
it
was
was
Ryan
guys,
Gosling.
the
Ryan
pretty boy.
Gosling. The other
Oh,
Ryan
The
Reynolds.
Baby Goose.
Baby
Yeah.
Goose.
And Kim Basinger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was a good
and
one.
like she was she plays like a government agent.
Oh yeah, that looks
Uh,
bad.
Yeah, no, I watched that movie like 2 or 3. I watched it once and like actually just sat there and watched it, and I thought, God, this movie is just it was just brilliant. And then just like wittiness, funny things, and then I watched it since like as background noise, and it's still like just a super good movie. Just
Alright.
very very witty conversations between the people, you know, and what they're doing. Just I don't know. It's just good. It's
It's-
good, and they're good in it,
Right. All right.
as I like to say.
Today was our first day under 100 degrees. It actually got
Oh.
down to 80.
Wow.
It rained.
Yeah.
We ate on the patio.
Ooh.
That sounds so brutal. I mean, not
It's
today.
brutal.
Today
Oh, believe me,
today
I
sounds
don't even
not
want
bad.
to. I walked out. You walk outside in like a minute. You're like, I want to leave. I want to.
Yeah. I mean, we had about a week like that. But
It's been over a month for us. It's probably going back to 100 tomorrow.
oh my god,
really?
that's so brutal.
It's been like almost 30 or 40 days.
Bragging.
Yeah, quit bragging. Son of a bitch.
I don't know if that's bragging.
Yeah, it's not.
Humble brag. Humble brag.
We've
You're
been
not-
in
you're
the
not
high
cooler
90s, but it's
because
been
it was warm.
No, I'm complaining.
we've been in the high 90s, but it's been really humid here, like to the point where I can't finish that bench because it keeps clogging up my sandpaper because the wood's so damp.
Wow. I thought it was humid in Indy.
I heard it was pretty brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like you know, real humidity, like you know, you're not instantly sweating when you step
It
outside.
just didn't feel good.
But it was humid.
I heard they turned the air conditioning on setup day.
That probably is true.
They did. They didn't turn it
That's
on
a
right away.
that's a first.
No,
Did someone pass
no.
out?
They've done it before, and I've been there for it before.
Well, Wizards of the Coast used to pay for it.
Well, not. I heard
really?
one year it was Mayfair paid for it.
Oh,
too.
Mayfair, yeah.
That's nice.
But
Fair.
yeah, no, yeah, they were nice. I mean, it was like it was interesting, you know, and kind.
The air conditioner was interesting.
Well, no, because like they turned it on late, so it's still really humid inside.
It takes 6 hours for that to cool
And like they were
down.
like, yeah, it'll take 4 hours for it to.
I remember
actually
the
get
year
going.
where I would go, I was so hot, I went into the bathroom because it was cooler.
Wow.
I'd hang out in the bathroom for like
Yeah.
5 minutes just to cool down.
That's dedication there, man.
Dump water on my face. Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
that was bad, before the bathrooms really got rank.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, that's a little better.
Yeah, no. I mean, it was humid, but it wasn't like brutal humid, you know.
That's,
How was the
here, I
food?
walk out, my
What,
shirt's
what kind of
wet
food
already.
did you guys? Did anybody do food trucks?
Yeah, what did I
No,
do?
because I mean, So like the one thing, and I'm not finding fault with my daughter. One of the things is that like we were gonna like go to Rathskellers one night because we got invited, and I didn't go because like literally I looked at the menu and there wasn't a single thing on there that my daughter would eat. So we didn't go there.
Scholars. Don't they make the tabletops?
Haha. No,
Whatever.
so I did go. So Dan King told me and Shane to meet him at this Chinese restaurant. He was like, "Oh, you got to come to China. It's the best food. It's so good here." And I was just kind of like, and I was like, "All right, well, let's go check it out or whatever." And so like, and it's Chinese food, so my daughter will eat Chinese food. So I was just like, well, this will work. And it was like they had like live jazz playing and stuff like that, which was not what that. And so who's his face? Dan's a big jazz guy.
Right.
So he's like,
saxophone.
yeah, he plays his stupid saxophone. And
I can't play an instrument.
what?
I can't play an instrument.
I can play a trombone, doesn't make me cool. Anyway, but no, we went there and like, and I'll say this, I mean, the live jazz music was fine. I wasn't really paying attention to it. Dan's just like jazzing out to it. He's like, "Oh man, oh you hear him make
Snap his
that
fingers.
you hear him, yeah, totally." And he's like, "You hear him make that arpeggio there?" No, I'm trying to eat.
Arpeggio.
Yeah, just like I'm trying to eat here. I don't care. You know what you want? Fine, whatever. He liked it. Great, good for him. Just whatever. But I'll say this: the food there was amazeballs good. I ordered these dumplings, and they were like the best dumplings I've ever had in my entire life. And their house sauce to put them in was just absolutely amazing as well.
Sounds awesome.
No, it was really good. The food was super good. And then I got their they had this thing was like a pineapple fried rice dish that they had that they got that was supposed to be served in like half and half of it like cut off pineapple and then they like, "Oh, we ran out of pineapple. We hope you're not upset." And I was like, so we just gave you a bunch more of the rice. And I was like, "Well, I'll have to
I
deal."
am not upset.
But
I am not
it
upset.
was no, I will. I gotta figure out. I gotta get the name of that place because I will go
You
back.
don't remember
there.
the name?
No, because I'm dumb. I will
Do
go
you know
back
where
to
it
that
was?
place in a heartbeat. It was. I didn't even
Yeah.
know it existed. I was able to walk back from there to our hotel. It was like a 10-minute walk. We Ubered there, but we walked back, and yeah, I would have eaten there every single night if it
Sounds
had been
great.
just a hair closer. It was
Yeah.
super good.
It sounds awesome. Yeah, let's see. Shane and I went to Greek islands. It was Greek food. It was good. Hummus, pita, big old chicken skewers.
I was expecting Chinese.
It was really tasty.
Oh, there's too many
Um,
Chinese places in India to track this down.
I went to there was a whole big group of folks that went to
No.
an Italian joint. I can't remember the name of it. It's like an old looking Italian joint. And they serve it family style. Sure, you guys have probably been there. I think it was close-ish to the convention center.
I know what you're talking about. It's where I went to the
Buca di
Dice Tower
Beppo?
dinner there once.
Yeah, Buca di Beppo. That's what it is.
That's okay.
It was fun. Yeah, I had a good time.
He's jaded. Don't.
He's jaded.
No, I like Buca di Beppo, honestly. I really do.
It sounds like it.
I like
finding.
their there's something I get there. I can't remember what it was. Been a long time.
I got a chicken something or other that wasn't. It was like one of the only things that didn't have wheat in it.
Didn't have what?
Wheat,
I'll say this.
Scallopini
I'll
or
say
something?
this though.
something like that.
We my daughter and I
Yeah, I think that's right. It
My daughter and I went to
Marsala, Jay Marsala.
Barcelona.
was like Pacone or something.
well,
Picada.
the first night my daughter and I went to
Shrooms.
my daughter and I went to
You son of a bitch.
do the BG Hot Games room. Like she even said, she was like, you know, if we were staying at this hotel, we could just go upstairs because like the last 2 years we stayed at the Hyatt Regency. And it was
It's the
spoiled.
best spot. It's the best spot.
And then like we both agreed at that moment. I said, well,
Next year.
you know, we won't make the same mistake again.
Don't tell us
We
to
will
stay
not
at.
make that.
We will stay.
Which hotel did you stay at?
We stayed at the True by Hilton just basically because I thought I was staying in an Airbnb, and then I found out that it was supposed to be filled with all these people, and I told Shane I really just don't feel okay with making my 15-year-old daughter hang out with a bunch of old men who are going to be sitting around drinking all day. So
Yeah,
it
that's
was
not
just like,
weird at all.
Do they sit around drinking all day?
Wow.
Is that the
I
Gen
don't
Con?
think so.
No, but it was like one of those things where it's like I figured one, my daughter would feel more comfortable being someplace with just her dad, and two, I think there would be like a bunch of 40 and 50-year-old men who probably feel more comfortable like staying there without a 15-year-old girl staying in the room too. So I was just like, that's fine, and you know what, that's what we did, and it was fine. And the True by Hilton, I'll say this, that was a really nice hotel. It's tough to screw things up as far as like things like eating your continental breakfast in the morning, but they had 8 different kinds of cereal to choose from, tons of fresh fruit, they had a pancake maker. They had a wide selection of bagels and cream cheese, all, to stay there. I mean, I don't eat breakfast normally, but when I go to conventions, I make sure I eat a good breakfast, and then I don't eat, right? And I just get through the day, and then I eat dinner. That's kind of like my thing. That's what I do. And it's just like, but I kind of power up on in the morning, and I have nothing but positive things to say about how good that dinner was.
I enjoy good breakfast. Good Irish breakfast or a Southern breakfast.
No, it was good. It was good food, and like, yeah. I mean, other than that, we got Subway, and super
Of
get
course
Subway
you
a few
did.
nights. Yeah,
Of course,
that's a hell of a deal.
hell of a deal.
And a
Because it's
classic. Is
gym
that
match.
firework or guns?
Firework or guns. That's it.
I don't know. I didn't.
Is it like a multiple choice or something, or
Those are the two options for the
Can't have
sound that was
both?
happening outside.
Oh,
you have one or the other? You want fireworks or you want guns?
But
Yeah.
technically, you got a
Oh.
What
gun.
city
You
do you
do
live
have a
in?
firework.
What's that?
What city are you in?
Portland.
Portland.
Yeah,
Could be probably guns.
could be. We got those things here.
I
It
heard.
happens.
Oh, at my old house, I would hear gunshots every night.
So did I.
Every
I live
night.
in Kensington, though. It's a little different. It's a
Like,
war
it would
zone.
mostly be around like this time because I stay up late. Like pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's someone just shot somebody.
Yeah.
How far into
Mike.
the city are you, Scott?
Well, I lived in the east side of Dallas. Now I'm not in the east side anymore. I'm more in the central part of Dallas. But I'm not in the city. I mean, I'm outside of the city,
Oh, okay.
outside of downtown.
Okay.
But my old house used to live on the edge of a sort of ghetto, not ghetto, but like,
I get what you're saying.
place you didn't really want to hang out.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I think that's it for me, guys.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
All right.
I don't know. I mean, I wish I'd played more games, I guess, in a way. I played both the Marvel remix and the Star Trek,
Marvel remix is pretty
the Fantasy Realms versions of those.
Was it better than Fantasy Realms?
This year.
No, neither of them were.
No.
Um,
Marvel remix is pretty good though.
Marvel Remix ain't bad. The Star Trek one is kind of forgettable. Which
Some
makes
more.
me a little sad because I like
Yeah.
Star Trek stuff.
Yeah, Steph was telling me that she had suggested many fixes to that game, but they didn't. Of course, they don't. Oh, they didn't take her advice. Which I was like, why do you take her advice? She plays like thousands of games.
Right.
Like that's gold.
So
Yeah.
I mean, okay. I'm not gonna say one way that I'm sure Steph has extremely knowledgeable. I worked with Steph. I'm not.
Yeah,
So I don't.
you know,
I
you know
don't
who she is.
What?
Yeah, you know who she is.
Yeah. So, but playing, I'm sure Steph's ideas were great. I'm not saying they aren't already. However, if you're somebody who like, I know game developers and I know their mentalities, and I don't know what it is, man.
I don't know
This-
why you would send a game early to somebody then without getting any feedback from them. Like, what's the point? Like, why are you giving them a game to look at? Like,
'Cause
do you
you
not
want-
want
you
any
want-
feedback?
'cause
Do you not
they-
want any
they-
real feedback or really constructive
No,
criticism?
they wanted her just to talk about it because then people know it exists.
But it's not good. So
Well,
I'm
no,
going to talk
the-
badly
the-
about this
the-
game. Here's how I can fix this game. And
The
now I'll
Star
talk
Trek,
shit
the
about it.
Star Trek one of it is just fine. It's just fine. I mean,
Okay.
there's nothing inherently.
I heard
wrong with it.
I heard otherwise, but okay.
I don't know. We played it like 3 times. I mean, it was just like I'd rather play the Fantasy Realms one over the other two all
Sure.
day long.
Yeah.
I think it's a more pure game. You know,
Okay. Yeah.
but I mean, I don't know. But that was what I played. God, what was the name of that other trick taking game I got? It was completely forgettable. Like not fun in the slightest.
Oh no.
No, it was like I actually posted a picture of it because I was like, I didn't want to trash something, but I posted a picture of it on Facebook. I said, this space intentionally left blank. Like so I didn't think
You
about
posted it on Facebook?
Yeah. It was just like, I mean, and it might be just a game that's just fine.
Right.
But we just got done playing Cat in a Box like 2 or 3 times, and everybody was like having a blast, and like we were having a lot of fun playing that. And then like we said, oh, let's try this, and I was just like, yeah, this isn't as good as this, like not even close. So I did say the one thing. I went over to that Wolf Studios, remember the
Oh,
publishes.
Ghosts of Christmas.
Yeah, there you go, Ghost of Christmas. So so I went over to the studio that produces Dune Imperium.
Yeah, Direwolf?
Something Wolf or whatever.
Right.
Like Direwolf Studios or something. I don't know. Anyway,
I think it's
and I went
Direwolf.
over to their booth, and they had a cool looking booth. And I was just like, well, you know, I can't bring myself to buy the deluxe edition of it, you know, just because of whatever. But I saw that they had the bigger box that will fit both the expansion and this, and it was gonna have all this stuff. And I walked over there and I was just like, and the guy had one out, and I was like, this is it. I was like, yeah. And he's like, so it'll fit my expansion if I have expansion? Yeah, and it'll fit the next expansion too that comes out. And I was like, that's really cool. And I said, how much are you getting for these right now? Oh, we're selling them for $60. And I was like, all right, I'll take one. And he's like, oh, we don't have any more. I was just like, well, could you have led with that before you told me how amazing it was? You're telling me that, like,
Oh yeah, it's awesome, man. You definitely would
I
have
had like
wanted
a
one, yeah.
5-minute conversation with this guy just extolling the virtues of how amazing it was. And he's like, all right, I'll take one. Oh, we don't have any more.
Yeah, man, you missed out. There's a
And I was
sweet
just like,
coin.
I
in
was like,
there.
oh, I mean, like, are you getting more in? No, we sold out the first day. This is like a Saturday. I was just like, it's like, oh, well, I suppose I can go through your website. I think they'll be on sale at Target pretty soon. I was like, well, I can use my red card at least. I just walked away. So if you're looking for the expansion or with all the cool little extra bits or anything, there'll be a Target.
Fair.
Yes. Oh, and then I'll tell one other story. So like literally I'm like selling games. It was
Quickly.
This is very quick. On Friday or Saturday, I'm selling games, and my daughter comes walking over because my daughter was demoing Ragnaroks. We brought one copy of Ragnaroks with us, and just to show it off. And then there was a QR code that somebody could look at, and if they wanted to pre-order it, they could. And my daughter walks over to me, and she's like, "Dad, And I was like, what? And like she looked like super like worried. And I was like, what? She's like, somebody stole a copy of Ragnarok's. And I was like, what? And like, and then my buddy Jason, it was Saturday. My buddy Jason said, he's looking at me, he's like this, he's like, yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. I mean, and then I was immediately angry because I knew she was probably sitting on her phone staring at something or whatever. And I look over and there's just like 7 of the stones that you put down in Ragnarok sitting on the thing, but the game, the box, the game, everything else is gone. And I was like, what the hell? You know, just like, what? And I was like, what? And she's like, and I remember, I don't know what she said. She said I was doing this, that, or the other thing, and like we turned around and it was gone.
Oh.
And I was just like, what the I was like, well, I guess somebody just stole it then. I was just like, and then I was like, wait. Shane was at the booth like 20 minutes ago. I texted him, Shane, do you have the copy of Ragnarok's? And he's like, yeah, I'm showing it to Asmodee right now. And I was like, do you think you could have told somebody you were taking it?
Also,
like literally,
you missed half
you
the
were at the
pieces.
booth talking to all of us. Nope,
Yeah.
just scoops up the game and wanders off with it.
and missing some pieces.
That
Oh,
was
and then
my
the other thing
immediate
he did
assumption.
too was like there was like on Friday, I said I just want like 3 hours for my daughter and I to wander the booths. That's all I want from like 11 to 2 on Friday. Can we figure out a way to make that happen? And so another guy who works for the company, this guy, Matt Coons, he said, I can come over. He wasn't even he was at the convention as an attendee. He said, I'll come over and hang out and you can do it. And like, so, okay. And I just gave him the square and I gave him my phone to do it and the whole 9 yards. And I gave him our sweaty Ziploc bag full of money. I must ask Shane, can we have a lockbox? He's like, nah, the Ziploc bag will work fine. So anytime I had to make change, just a big giant sweaty Ziploc bag full of money. But I remember I came back to the hotel room on Friday night, and when things died down, I would take the money and I'd sort it out, you know, put all the 20s together, things like that. And it wasn't a small amount of money. I'm not going to talk about it. It wasn't a small amount, but we had a game that we were selling for $120, and we were selling a fair amount of them. So I had a fair amount of $100 and $50 bills in the bag. And I got back to the hotel room on Friday night and I was like, I should probably sort the bag out. And like, you know, and then like, you know, just leave most of the money here in the hotel room and just only, you know, take a certain amount of change so I don't have a bunch of money. And I start going through the bag and all of the hundreds and the 50s are gone. And I'm like, I'm having a heart attack. And I was like, what the fuck? And I called Shane because I knew I had given him the sack of money, and I called Shane. I said, Shane, did you take the hundreds and the 50s out of the bag? And he said, what? No. And I was like, oh, he's like, I'm just kidding. I took it all. I was like, why would you do that? And he's like, I knew you're gonna call me, and I told myself I was gonna give you 1 second of sheer fright before I let you off the hook. So I waited for you to call, and then I said, and 1. And then I told you, and I was like, I just, you know, pardon my language. I said, you motherfucker. And I just hung up the phone.
I thought that story was going to go different. I thought you were going to say, I threw the money on the bed and swam through it like Scrooge McDuck.
No.
That would be the correct answer. That's the correct answer.
Indecent proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But anyway.
All right.
So, but yes.
Good talking to you guys. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been fun. Just, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll be back.
Yeah, I missed the Gen Con talk of the games. I mean, I know it was in chat, but
honestly, like the only thing I ever heard anybody like there was the buzz was around Cat in a Box. I mean, everybody was talking. That was there was buzz about that. Probably, I think.
How expensive was that game? What was it?
$20.
$20 is the magic number for sure.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So
You
I
hear
mean,
somebody
It
it's
makes
say
like,
it
you're like, what
super
is it, 20
easy.
bucks?
It's like a
Yeah.
no, yeah, 20
you don't
bucks.
even think about it.
It's not
So
even
No.
thought, yeah.
that was it. The Marvel remix, same deal. Like WizKids.
Is that 20
like,
bucks as well?
Yeah, $20 as well.
I wanted that game. I can't find it. I mean, it's not out yet.
And the
I thought they had
and
that
then
again.
Twilight Inscription. Everybody was like scrambling to get that.
Probably, yeah.
You know, and then
Sure, because it was scarcity and it's TI3, and I don't know people.
yeah,
I think there's going to be some blowback on that game, honestly.
and
Also,
then
I mean, I've only judged it from afar. I don't know.
well, I just a 2.5 hour
2
roll,
hour.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't get
that's
that
what
at
I'm
all.
just like, I just see
It's
it
my
like-
my worry about it. Well, we should go to bed, but my worry
Yeah.
about the game without knowing anything about it, other than the fact that I've had a couple people say it actually makes it feel like you're playing you know, like a 4X
Imperium?
space game. Okay, cool, whatever.
Never
I got
played it.
Last Light that takes an hour to play, but anyway, that's
Right.
fine. But what I said was
I can't believe it. It's like it's longer than Last Light. Like
yeah,
2 hours.
2.5 to 3 hours to play.
Right.
My
No,
big
thank you.
thing is that it's got to have something where you can erase, right? Because the whole thing about trying, like most roll and writes, like you cross things off as you go, and then like you start going down a path and you can't really reverse yourself, right? So it's one of those things where it's like, what if you're like playing it and an hour and a half in, you realize you really screwed something up?
Yeah.
Now, I
Right.
mean, the designer from the designers, I mean, it's Asmodee and Fantasy Flight. I mean, they're not like they're idiots. I'm sure they know what they're doing, but I have that worry about it. Now, whether that worry is founded in anything, I don't know, but that's where I'm at as far as that. But anyway, who knows? Who knows?
News. Okay.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Guys,
Get some
next
sleep. See you
time.
next Wednesday. Blah 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 blah.